Yo,
Yo, what's going on, bro?
it's good. What's good? How are you?
Chilling, chilling. How are you? How's your week been?
It's been all right. It's been all right. It's been a long ass day.
Yeah. What you had a lot of stuff going on today?
Just I was on my computer literally all day, just like doing a whole bunch of back end shit, but also just like getting shit done that I needed to do for the week. So it's been productive, but I feel like I've been so locked in, like when you're in that mode, hella caffeinated and just super focused. I can't even talk to anybody right now.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, we're gonna get you out of that a little bit for at least
Yeah. But yeah, everything's good.
good. Good. I got some stuff
Hey,
today. I think you can probably get some value from that. I think that's some that we'll probably implement for you, Jorge, and probably some other guys, maybe, for example, like Kyle, different people. So I got something cool for you. Kyle, how are you doing, man?
hey man, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Chilling, man. How are you?
Chilling. Nice.
How's your week been? I know you said it was a little bit busy and
Yeah, I was busy. Just got a lot of stuff going on, family stuff, and we went to an Ice Cube concert last night, which was kind of like last minute stuff. That was pretty cool. Yeah.
that's how was Ice Cube? Is he
He,
still
he, he was good. I mean, I don't know if I'm just getting old, but my ears were ringing. Like, we were on the down, like, we got a VIP ticket, so we're down low, and the treble was just so loud that it was almost like piercing my ears. But other than that, it was pretty good.
That's good, man. Glad
Yeah.
glad you had a good
Yeah.
time. Daniel, Mason, MJ, you guys are doing well.
Yeah, man, thank you. How are you doing?
Chilling, man, just living the dream.
Yeah.
Um, does my face look weird? Does it hasn't I guess nobody noticed.
Did
What
you
do you go
get
Zoom tanning?
construction?
Huh?
So what do you Zoom tan or something?
No. So
No.
I went to a medical spa this past. I want to see if anybody noticed.
Would you get a facial?
No. I got so they like lasered off like a fucking layer of my skin. I don't know if you guys can tell. It's like dark up here. It's like my skin's like flaking off.
What the fuck?
Maybe I'll share a picture later, dude. It was like my face, like it was like 10 tones darker. I was just like fucking picking away. I was like,
Huh.
if I don't,
I thought you got Botox or something.
no, no, no Botox. I still look young enough. I still look young enough.
That facial reconstruction.
No. And I'll be honest, like I was low key and they're trying to like convert her for Amon. I kind of almost did. I'm still working on it, but if I do, I'll share with you guys what I'm doing. Um but cool. So we got a majority of the guys in here. Riviera, hope you're doing well.
Doing good. I hope you're doing well.
Chilling, chilling, chilling. I'm doing well. Okay, guys, so we'll go ahead and get started. Camilo's hopping in. So welcome back, Camilo. So what I wanted to do, guys, is I wanted to just like share with you something that like this is something I kind of sort of knew already, and I just haven't been pushing it for the past, I don't know, like year or so. And so this is just something that's like transpired recently that I just feel like there's so many people that could take advantage of this. So this is really for people that this golden nugget is really just about getting your calendar booked, first of all, getting your calendar booked, closing deals. And this is for people that have niche down. Okay. So this is for people that have niche down. If you're in a place where you've niche down and you're trying to, for example, get your client acquisition funnel humming. So, for example, Riviera, Jorge, for guys like you, like this is a good thing that you can definitely do. And I would say you want to do it in conjunction with what you're doing right now. So you want to take what you're doing, and then any downtime you could be doing this kind of stuff and really putting fuel on the fire. Also, if you're in a place like, I would say Adam and Tony, they're not here yet, but they're in a place where I don't know, in like the last 3 weeks, they've closed like 4 deals. Their funnel is like really humming. It's working really well. I would say for them, it's not really applicable or pertinent right now, but I would say down the road, once they're in a place where they can add on additional marketing channel, they can basically bring on more clients, right? Because they've basically worked on the back end in terms of building out their team. They've got people. Well, then it makes sense. Or I think I don't know if you guys are familiar. I'm sure most of you guys know Hormozy. One of the big things for Hormozy was when you try to sell gym launch, they said, "Hey, look, you need to have more than one marketing channel. You can't just run Facebook ads to get clients. You have to have cold calling, whatever." So this is going to be really good for those kinds of people. So I see a lot of people they try to do cold calling, cold emailing. It's like cold calling, cold emailing doesn't make a whole lot of sense until you've gotten to Hormozi's level where you need another marketing channel. A lot of people get it backward. They try to cold call first and they do this. I will say that again, I feel like you can try to do this if you're kind of like, Riviera's case, Jorge's case, Daniel, I know we're talking about niching down and doing Pilates. You can do this as well. This will work for you as well to kind of put some feelers out there. So what is it? What is the strategy? Well, basically I had a conversation. So basically, there's a video that I posted a few weeks ago. I don't know if you guys have gotten a chance to see it. You guys totally should. This was from, what day was this? April 15th. So April 15th, we had a training. It was a long ass training, 5 hours. And then towards the tail end, around the 3 hours and 53 mark, I kind of shared something with Mason and Aman. It's a brand new offer, something that's been brewing my head. And so Drew came in and he just left a comment yesterday. He said, "Hey, dude, I actually watched it, listened to multiple times. Can you give me some clarification?" So I gave him some clarification. But then also just said like, "Yo, dude, like what's going on with your niche? What's going on your end? Give me an update." And so he shared something with me. Again, this is something I kind of sort of knew, but just hearing him bring it back to light really told me that you guys can leverage this as well. Again, I think it's really ideal for Riviera, Jorge, some of you guys. I think it's like perfect for you guys. So I'll just go ahead and instead of trying to explain it, I'm just going to let you listen to what Drew said. And again, and by the way, before I preface, this got Drew up to about 20 grand really fast. So if I haven't piqued your interest yet, hopefully that piques your interest. He was able to do it really fast. So I'll let you guys listen to it.
Hey, cool.
And maybe I'll do a 1.25 speed.
I hope you're awesome, man. Thanks so much for taking the time to respond to that. That strategy makes complete sense. That was the missing point of understanding kind of what you're optimizing on Facebook, and super interested in trying that out. Yeah. So update on me. Sorry, I've been kind of MIA. Been heads down, hustling and grinding. Pivoted to concrete and fencing, and been having a lot of success there. I think we're up to around like 16 to 20K monthly recurring revenue, and basically just kind of leverage your coaching and teaching to crack the model for fencing and concrete ads. And rather than doing a traditional model where you advertise to concrete companies, I basically just spin up fake concrete companies or fencing companies on Facebook and Google and drive ad campaigns to it. And once they have the leads, I call as a customer to just cold call, blitz a list of, concrete guys in whatever that area is, and then convert them to, a free trial where I give them leads, and then convert them to a flat fee deal where they are way less high maintenance than a med spa or anything like that. And it's been working really well. And just kind of scaling that now. I went through a phase where I hired like 3 Filipino VAs and was going after kind of like a low ticket offering of like SWAS, like software with a service kind of approach, where I goes a couple people and various niches where he's like, "Hey, here's a free website for a hosting fee," and just kind of have them bolt into high level and set it and forget it. And that worked, but I just didn't devote enough resources to it yet at this point to build it out, which I think there's something really interesting there to do that could then convert them into a high ticket if you get them in the door on like a $200 free website hosting fee kind of thing. So I want to explore that, but my main priority right now is just not chasing a bunch of other little things, but sticking on what works. And right now, this is working really well, and wanted to bolt on to it kind of like an ad campaign. And when I saw yours, I thought that sounded interesting, where I would want to try it and see if I couldn't swizzle it around in such a way, like if I can get on the call, basically offering for free, I'm gonna get leads, and then it's pretty easy for like $60, can get them, 3 to 5 leads. Most of my stuff is I can get like from $6 to $20 per lead. So the cost of acquisition is pretty cheap. On a good day, it'll be like, $40, $60, and they'll convert to like a 2K a month flat fee deal. Worst case, it's normally like a couple $100. But still, it's been pretty good. It just takes time to blitz a whole city, contractors, they find someone who's the right fit. But in general, it's been going well. But I'm interested in exploring that. So that's why I was listening to it and just trying to piece it together, because I really like the idea of being able to offer a lot for free, because it's
right. So the rest of it it pertains to just kind of this here, and he was just trying to get more clarity on terms of how the strategy worked. So basically, in a nutshell, what it is very simple. Is like first step one is like you just figure out how to like get results for your particular niche. And so Jorge, you have figured out how to do that in a nutshell, right? So you figure out what kind of ads funnels work, we'll work on the back end, sure, to increase LTV, how to charge premium, increase the conversion rate. Riviera, you've done the same thing. You've basically figured it out. So there's nothing that's stopping you guys from doing what he's doing. So again, I'm going to get more information from Drew. And so I asked him if you have a follow-up question. Looks like he's typing something up. So maybe you'll have something by the time I finish saying the sentence. But basically, step one is pretty much, figure out how to get results for your niche. Step two is basically you can then what he's doing, he's got some experience with Google SEO and Google Ads. So what he's doing is like basically ranking websites and then having people opt in and become leads. So for example, he might have like a roofing company on Google. So you say, hey, I want a brand new roof. You basically go to his website and then you become a lead. And so now he's basically faked himself as a roofing company. Now he basically has the leads and he'll give it to somebody else. So step two is then he'll basically follow up with these business owners, and then he's going to offer them a free trial. I think he said something, I had to listen back to it, but he said something like cost per acquisition is $40. So I think what he's saying is he's spending up to $40 on generating his own leads, and then he's converting that into like a flat deal of like $2,000 or something. So can he do some work in terms of recurring revenue? Can he charge higher price? Can he do stuff like that? For sure. But like that goes to show you there's already proof in the pudding, right? So he's generating leads for himself, and then he basically is cold calling a bunch of people and then just offers them a trial, a flat deal. So hopefully that makes sense. So this is stuff that Jorge, you can do. This is stuff that Daniel, you can do as you're waiting for your ads and trying to figure that out. Rodarte, this is stuff that you guys can do as you guys are figuring out how to leverage your client acquisition funnel. And as you guys can see though, like why is Drew here? So why is he like having this conversation with me? Because he's trying to figure out client acquisition funnel using paid ads. That's the number one thing. Once you have that, everything else becomes a walk in the park. But this is a good bridge to, again, get started while you figure out ads. Or once you have figured out ads, you want to scale to another marketing channel, it can be good for that. So hopefully that makes sense for you guys in terms of what I said at the very beginning of the training. So let's kind of see what Drew said. Okay, so it seems like he typed something and then erased it, and you might be trying to type it again. Questions, comments, concerns, chat, anything at all that kind of comes to mind. You can just verbal diarrhea about this really quick if you guys like.
Okay, so it's like you basically run the ads that have been giving the leads. Like let's say I know how to get leads for dentists. I basically run ads so that way I get kind of those same leads they're getting.
So what you would do is you could create like a Facebook and an Instagram saying something like dental agency, or like, I don't know, you'd want to make it something where you can do it worldwide. So, what is a dental clinic's name? I don't know. Like, what is something that would.
The dental clinic's name?
Yeah,
just a generic name.
Yeah, just
I don't know, Clear Smiles Studio.
Clear Mile Studio. So you could create a Facebook page, you can create an Instagram, and then you could even create a domain of that. And so then what you would do is you would take the domain, you'd use Google My Business, a lot of stuff. You try to get ranked on the first page of Google, maybe do some SEO, maybe even run some ads to get it ranked. Step two is you'd create a Facebook page of that, an Instagram page, and then you basically run. So you'd have the Google stuff set up so that people can opt in using Google. So you got that marketing channel taken care of. And then you would run Facebook, Instagram ads using your Facebook and Instagram page for what you would figure out, which is Invisalign.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, and it would be like Invisalign leads coming through, and then just saying, hey, I have these leads for you. So you'd go in approaching saying, I have these leads for you. They're already generated. They're pretty much, already warmed up for you, kind of thing. I guess my question would be like, how does it work with service space, since there's like a locality there, and then there's like, I know you said worldwide to get those leads, but so would you just like hit up dentists in that area that the lead was in, like if you find out where they're living in, and then just look up maybe in a 15-mile radius all the potential real studios, dental places there?
In fact, I think Drew brought that up maybe during the rest of it. So let me just do the rest of it actually.
You're giving something, you don't have to sell anybody, and they get to taste it before they buy, which is great. The commission model is not my favorite because I hate tracking it, but I like your approach of being able to have the visibility and high level. And then the other thing too is all the strike fees that I'm paying for like just processing credit cards. I would love to know how I could leverage my own credit card processor. Not something I've looked into, and I'm probably not big enough where it matters too big yet, but knowing it would be interesting. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm getting ready to film. I think I'm going to try to do some traditional video ads similar to like the script of the Med Spa, but apply it to fencing and concrete. But then I was also going to experiment and try similar to what you just posed in your voice memo and your written response. I'm able to leverage that with a little bit of a spin, just to have another angle to bring in leads. So that's the update of kind of where I'm at and how I've been grinding.
Yeah, so maybe he mentioned it somewhere. I remember him mentioning it somewhere that he spends a bit of time trying to figure out how to localize those ads. So let's say he's going after, let's say he says, okay, like I would imagine if you guys want to really do this, again, there's a lot to plug in, a lot of holes to plug in with this overall strategy to make it really hum. But like, for example, if I were to do this, I would have maybe an Excel sheet where I would write out every single location, like like for example, California, I would basically break it up into North Cal, South Cal, West, and I would have like every like county, I would try to have like one dentist, for example. And so then what I would do is I would try to run ads for Invisalign offers for that particular location. And then if I can generate them at a relatively cheap cost. So step one is that. Step two is probably running the ads, see if I can get them within KPI. Step three is now that I have them within KPI, I'm going to basically scrape all the leads in that location. And then I'm going to bang them out over and over and over, or have my staff, somebody do that until we have one dentist in that county. And then I'm going to go from county to county to county to county. Something like that is what I would probably do. Does that answer your question a little bit, Riviera?
Yeah, no, for sure the locality. Now I'm just thinking, oh, like a lot of the ads that work for my dentist to get her in the Invisalign leads, she's kind of in it or the face of it. So I just think like I'm trying to think of like some like solution to make it so they're not expecting to, see that particular dentist or, doctor.
I don't think
I guess that's the only thing I'm curious on.
Yeah. Now, I mean, those are really the nuts and bolts and all that. Like that's like you have to go into testing to figure that stuff
Yeah,
out.
testing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, like I don't even think that I personally don't think that matters as much. Like I mean, I don't know what your ads are. If your ads are the type of ads where like the business owner is sitting down talking to the camera and like really building a relationship, maybe it could be an issue. I don't know. Like for me, for example, the client acquisition funnel, for example, MJ and Kyle and everybody, they use my face. You know how you film your own content?
Mhm.
For they all just use mine.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah. So everybody in here, they actually run the funnel. They just change the hyperlink on the last page. It goes to their Instagram. Everything else is the same. And so nobody ever asked them, hey, you don't look like Koshik with the weird tan and the ugly mug. You look like Kyle. And then they're able to, close deals just fine. So
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think it depends on your overall strategy.
Yeah, and one of our winning ads right now actually doesn't really show the doctor or the dentist. It's just like a smile reveal, kind of the one that was in the CMCC, like where the main focus is the patient getting a smile reveal. And I have tons of footage of that, and that tends to work actually better than the doctor being in the ad. So I can see that being kind of used across the board too.
Yeah.
It's just like a smile reveal.
Yeah, part of the overall strategy is figuring out what kind of ad campaign would work that you can run it worldwide, or you create like 4 different variations. I could totally see how in a certain location you might want to have a person of certain ethnicity. So for example, down in like the South, there's going to be a certain accent, a certain type of whatever, versus up north in New York, right? Like I could see those kinds of things. Again, that's doing this at mass market at scale. You'd have to figure out those kinds of things. But the fundamental idea hopefully makes sense. Create, Google, Facebook, Instagram, get the leads yourself, and then you hit up people. And also, here's the other thing. I know we talk, some of you guys have, OGs have heard about Aaron Sawyer. Some of you guys have not. That's what Aaron Sawyer's would do, by the way. I completely forgot about that until like I was listening. It was like, oh shit, that's what Aaron do. He would literally like run ads for medical spas, hit up the medical spas, say, hey, here are the leads. And then from there, you can take them, you can leave whatever. Let's see what happens from there on out. And that was a huge selling point for him as well. So generally, and so also the other person I thought about was Mason. I was thinking about you. Like this could be massive for you because like you are really good at, again, generating the leads and all that stuff for yourself. And then it's the acquisition part's a little bit more challenging. Now this becomes, you can kind of, yeah, like that. And you can, I don't even know, you could fucking have like an entire, you could do probably like a lead generation list, getting a bunch of contact information, and then fucking call all of them, be like, yo, I saw you opt in this thing. Here's a free trial. Would you like some free leads? Like something as simple as that to just get people on board. And again, that's if you're not going to do the profit share thing, but you could probably even put in the profit. Actually, you could probably mix in the profit share. You can probably like, hey, I got some free leads. We're looking for some personal trainers to work with. I really like your physique. I like what you're doing. If you want, these leads are 100% free. And if you want to work together, it's just a percentage deal. But hey, you could test drive this for 7 days. And then you get them to give the ad spend, you pocket half that. And so you're combining the strategy from the other week, right? So there's a whole bunch of shit you can do with this.
There's one guy, Jimmy Conover. I think he's a member of this group. So what he did, he was working with real estate agents, and what he did last week, I think it was, he went and he got his real estate license himself, just so he can get leads, and then he can pass it on to real estate agents. He's not interested in buying or selling houses. He just wants to show agents how easy it is to get leads. So he got his license and he's passing it out to real estate agents. So in a sense, it's a bit of like the same strategy.
Yeah, it's very similar for sure. Thank you for sharing that, Camilo. Yeah, I know Jimmy, he was when he was with us, he was messing around with roofing, transitioned to realtors, got really into like YouTube for realtors. So what else? Anything good questions, Riviera? Thank you for bringing that in, Camilo. Other questions, comments, concerns, thoughts about this strategy?
I got a question. So you'd be running this using your own cash to front the ads, right?
Exactly.
I gotcha. Just making sure.
And that's, I think, I think that's what Drew mentioned here.
With service kind of approach where I goes a couple people and various niches, blitz a list of concrete guys, whatever that area is, and then convert them to a free trial where I give them leads, and then convert them to a flat fee deal where they are pay less high maintenance than that spot or anything like that. And it's been working really well. And just kind of scaling that now. I went through a phase where I hired like 3 Filipino VAs and was going after kind of like a low ticket offering of like SWAS, like software with a service, I have them both in high level and to do that can then convert them into high ticket. You get these on Facebook and Google and drive ad campaigns too. And once I have the leads, I call as a customer to just cold call, blitz a list of concrete guys, whatever that area is, and then convert them to a free trial where I give them leads, and then convert them to a flat fee deal where they are pay less high maintenance than that spot.
Yeah, I think again, exactly where it is, I'm not sure, but it was like he said something like $60 is on average what it takes to convert somebody. So he's getting leads for about $6, getting 10 leads, and then I think he's saying like that equates to somebody wanting to do a trial and convert them into a flat fee or something. I think that's what he said, something like that. Either way, it's way fucking cheaper than running paid ads for sure. Way cheaper. It's just more time and energy that it's going to cost. That's why I'm asking him like, hey, how many of these clients do you have? How many calls does it take you? And how many trials does it take you to get one client? So I'm asking him to like, what is a time energy investment? It's way cheaper in terms of dollars, but what is a time energy investment?
For me,
But-
I think it would work better for actually local gyms. Because the cost per lead for me is so fucking cheap, dude. Because like I'm just thinking about the customer acquisition that I had when I was running it for Jared, or like I still am. But like if I spent $100, I can easily get like 10 leads. If they close one lead for like $500, dude, I could just be like, hey, do you want me to show you how I did this? And then sell them like an upfront package of like 3 to 5K and just put something together for them. Oh, dude, that would be sick. That's actually pretty fucking smart. Yo, I'm gonna do this. Yo,
but so here's the thing, guys. Here's what you need to know. Like the execution of this is hard as fuck. Like I'm not saying that to scare you, but like literally what Mason's talking about, like the things that are brewing in my head as he's talking about that is like I've done free trials. I spent like tens of thousands of dollars running free trials, run ads for this program, say, hey, we'll get your results 24 hours, and then you can pay afterwards if you like. And there's a bunch of shit that goes into operations of just making it work. So whether you do a trial, whether they get results, don't get results, there's like a lot of stuff that's involved in it. So I just want to share that with you. Is like you have to do a lot of reps to really figure out the nuances. But it works really well if you can get it humming. Like I just bring that up because of what Mason said. Like in theory, that sounds good, but it takes a lot of execution, and then you learn a lot of small things to actually make it work. Other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns on this?
I guess like it'd be interesting to see like let's say it just hits and it's like I'm getting tons of leads, like who knows, maybe even more leads than I'm even getting from my dentist. Let's just say like it's just like now how do I keep these leads warm? Because obviously speed of lead, they probably want to be appointment set to consult with a doctor, right? So it's just like keeping them warm enough and in the loop enough so they can still be down while I'm trying to figure out what dentist to attach them to. Because I still have to do a little bit of, finagling there to get somebody to be down to accept these leads. But in the meantime, I don't want them to grow cold, So I just think about I'd probably have to figure out some strategies there as well.
Yeah. Again, that's where the devil's in the details. I don't know what that would look like in terms of, maybe there's one person that handles generating the leads and nurturing them. There's one person that follows up with like getting the dentist, or maybe you do it where you just generate the lead and you don't actually have that SMS conversation and warm them up, and you just generate the name, email, phone number, and you just keep it there. And then you just follow up with the dentist because it's not worth the time and energy to do that. Again, you would have to weigh those things out. For me, I personally if I were in your shoes, Riviera, I would not go into trying to figure out how to, like, if I'm you as a one-man band, I wouldn't go to a level of depth of like trying to figure out how to nurture them. I would just, step one is just, if I were you, I would step one, just generate the leads and just see if I'm within KPI where it makes sense. Step two is I'm going ham with the dentist, absolutely ham. And ideally you're gonna get somebody in sooner. I mean, fucking like go ham. Like literally, like if there's like 5 dentists in the county, ham, 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 ham. Ideally get one. If you don't get one, day 2, ham, 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 ham. Day 3, if you don't get one, hey, I got 4 leads. Hey, I got 3 leads. And you just diverse the leads out. And then you call the next day, hey, were you able to get the leads that I gave you the other day? Hey, were you able to follow up with the leads? Hey, were you able to follow up with the leads? Can I get a conversation with the dentist? Just fucking doing rounds, just hammering them. Like that's the approach I would take.
What would your thoughts on being like reverse engineering that and calling them, or like walking in being like, hey, I have a list of referrals for you. And then them just being like, yeah. And then before you spend any money on ads, like obviously you'd have a winning offer first, like a winning ad that you would know, like you'd crush and get leads on. And then you'd be like, okay, cool. Like I'll send them over to your email. Like, what's your personal phone number? So you get their information first with the business owner. Then you have the ads all ready to like get launched. You spend like $100 that day. And then obviously you already know what KPIs you're going to hit because you've ran the ads before, like after you've tested them and figured them out. And then literally within the end of the day, you can send that list of leads over to them, or you could potentially even call them and set up the appointments for the business owner and then be like, hey, I just sent over the list of people, blah, blah, like, you can do something along the lines of that, maybe like where you call like before you even spend any money on ads and then have them say like no, or like them not call the leads. Like you could get them to say yes, then expect them to get the list of leads, and then you'll kind of see that they're intended to actually call them. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a wasted opportunity. Like you'll hit it off with the business owner first. Like maybe that's a way around it.
So what you're saying is call the business owner first, get in there first, and then generate the leads.
Yeah, it's like I would call them and be like, hey, like I have a list of referrals for you guys. I don't know if you wanted them by any chance. Is that something that you'd maybe be interested in? Like, yeah, it's like, okay, cool. Like, I can literally just send them over right now. Like, do you have like a name, email, or phone number I can send them to? It's like, yeah, it's like, okay, cool. Like, I'll send them to you at the end of the day because I'm out of the office right now, but I can get them over to you.
Yeah.
Then you go and generate the fucking leads, and then you call them up first and be like, hey, I'm about to send them over to you right now. Did you get it? I just want to make sure that you got them.
Right, right.
And then once they get them, then you can kind of pitch the trial and being like, hey, um, we literally like these are all people within like today that reached out, because that would make it sound super sexy. That was like, hey, this isn't like an old list. Like we generated this list today for you. Let me know how it goes, and then you can kind of pitch the trial from there.
Yeah. So guys, what Mason is going over right now, like this is what separates the boys from the men. This is the hard fucking shit. And so as Mason is saying that, like, I'll be honest, I have no fucking clue. I don't know. I never know. I have no clue. I don't have a right or answer. All I know is I'm a madman and I just do them. I just throw a bunch of shit at the wall and then I refine it. So like as I'm listening to Mason, I have a theory, I have a hypothesis, which is my theory, I could be completely wrong, but my theory is like if I call them and I say, hey, I have a referral, name, email, phone. If I don't lead with, hey, I have something to sell you, then it could be a waste of time because they're like, oh, he's just such a nice guy. We'll just take him. But I feel like for me, Mason, my theory is that you have to lead with, hey, I have some shit to sell you. Here's a value proposition. That's me getting my foot in through the door. That's kind of what Lisa and Ralph did. I think Lisa and Ralph said, hey, you have a quick 1 minute. I have an offer for you. You just take it now, or like at least hear me through. And so right away they're leading with, hey, there's an offer. They say, okay, I'll hear you out. I'd like to run a free trial for you. Here's what we do. Da 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 da. So it's kind of sort of the same thing, but they're saying that they will do the trial. They will have generate the leads. Versus in your case, you can say, hey, look, I'm a local agency. What we do is we run ads for people and generate leads for you. We've already got a list of 50 leads. We can literally get those to you overnight. Do you think the dentist would be all open to a free trial where we give them a bunch of free leads, help them convert some of those? Again, I don't know if that fucking messaging would work or not. You just test it. But hopefully that makes sense. And like the theory, like that, the lesson there, guys, as me and Mason are talking is like, you have to test it. You have to throw shit at the wall and figure it out. And every niche is going to be a slightly different. So how did you come up with the strategy? The strategy was pulled from my rank and rent course prior to joining you, Nick Wood's model. I would rank a page on Google, drive Google ads to it, and then do the same thing. But you taught me how to get leads faster and cheaper while bypassing the need to even really build a landing page. Although I suppose it helps credibility and long-term profitability, but I have found the Facebook page works fine at the cost per lead, really doesn't matter too much. Okay. So, okay. Question 2 is how many clients do you currently have and what niche are they in and how much are they charging? I have about 7 concrete clients and 1 fencing client, commission only. So the fencing is commission only, with another about to close and a 4K per month dumpster client. All of my clients get the first month half off and then convert into 2K per month flat fee deal. I have 2 commission guys I feed overflow to, but hate that model. Okay, so he's doing really well. 3, approximately how many calls does it take to get 1 trial and what is the cost of the trial in terms of time? So for instance, it might cost 50 calls to get 1 free trial, and then it might cost 15 hours to scrape those contacts, call them, chat with them. I will typically pose as a customer with my leads information and send out a text blast to 10 contractors at a time and high level asking for a quote for my project. Whoever responds first gets the call for me. Interesting. Normally, I can lock a BO in for a trial within 30 to 60 minutes using the strategy. Fuck, that's awesome. Then I normally only have to do a trial with 1 or 2 people in a given area before closing on a 30-minute sales call. Fuck yeah. 2 trials per closed deal. It's a 50% conversion rate. Not too shabby. Not 2 to 3 hours. That makes a lot of sense too. So you do the fucking trial, 30-minute conversation, they pay. Sounds about right. I also do warm handoffs with the leads to make sure they get them and schedule estimates. When I first started, prospecting would take longer, but high levels power, dialer, outscraper, and SMS blast have condensed that considerably. Quoting these guys used to take weeks because of Google ads and how infrequent the ads would come in. Now with Facebook ads, I can hand off 3 in a day and push for a closing call same week after they've gotten estimates. Nice. So it seems like he's getting the leads, getting estimate calls, and then from there he's converting. So instead of like even closing, it's just like he's just trying to get them to provide estimates, and then from there he's having that conversation of closing them. When I first started, I might have to go through 3 to 5 trials before a close. I've adjusted my close and actually pre-sell them. So here's the thing. This is what me and Mason were talking about when I've noticed with trials is it's hard as fuck. There's a lot of operational complexity to convert a trial into a close. You have to know the right things to say, the right things to do. And he's literally telling you this here right now. It would take him 3 to 5. Now he's at 2. I've adjusted, and how do you do this? He adjusted his sales, his close, and actual pre-selling them, right? This is what we literally were talking about, me and Mason. Hey, I have something to sell you, da-da-da-da. Pre-sell. Pre-sell them on the discovery call now by fully laying out the price. Shit, he goes over the price on the discovery call. I tie them down. So just so I don't waste your time or my time, let's say I could guarantee you a minimum of 15 leads or you don't pay. And let's say these leads are qualified. Would you be willing to pay me $250 a week for the first month? Be reasonable. They say yes. Okay, interesting. And then I say after the first month, you'll know if I can back up my claims, at which time we'll transition to $500 a week. Nice. If I deliver, is that reasonable? They say yes, and I begin the trial. So by closing the call, the price objection is already moot. The trust factor is there because they've already had 3 solid leads from me. Nice. I built rapport by handling the leads off through the week, and then I guarantee them 15 leads or they don't pay, cancel anytime, et cetera, et cetera. Then after the first month, I blow 15 leads out of the water, and they start telling their friends about me, giving me referrals. Fuck yeah. I have been on a streak as of late because of the pre-selling and the discovery call. I'm 5 for 5 on recent closings. I've also gone pretty particular on how I qualify a discovery call. Once I have their yes, I do pull back and give them to start qualifying themselves with me in a series of questions, scaling and trying to work with VAs. How do you guys feel about that information? Would you guys like me to reach out to Drew and see if maybe he's willing to hop on a Zoom call and give us a little bit more details, maybe do a walkthrough? Is that something you guys would be interested in?
Absolutely.
I say yeah.
Okay. Is this giving you guys a little bit more clarity on how the strategy works, Mason? Some of the stuff that you asked about.
Yeah.
So it's huge, man.
What's a BO?
Where is
It says normally I can log a BO.
BO for the BO in for a trial within 30 to 60 minutes. I don't know. Oh, business owner. other questions, comments, concerns, thoughts on this?
Does he send those leads to other like businesses in the same area, or does he just compromise and just gives those leads to one business owner? I don't know
So
if that was mentioned there.
do you mean one business owner or one
Yeah,
business owner in one particular niche? I would assume that's what you meant.
yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like he has something set up within Go High Level where, again, we'll have a conversation with him, but it sounds to me like he's blasted out an offer to like 10 different people. And the first person that responds to him, he's reaching out to that person. That's what it's sounding like.
But if someone else reaches out and replies to his offer, can he still offer those leads to them?
Yeah. A lot of people actually do that. I don't believe in that practice now. It was popular maybe 5, even 10 years ago where you would generate leads. Let's say you generate 10 leads, okay? And what you would do is you would generate these 10 leads, and then let's say you had 10 different business owners, you would give those same 10 leads to every single business owner. Yeah, so it's very common. It's not the best thing to do in today's day and age, just because of a lot of things that have changed. It's not the best thing to do right now. Good question.
I have a question. So with this in the jiu-jitsu niche, I would create like a fake profile for my client, for like my prospective client that I want. Say like North Chicago Jiu-Jitsu gym, right? I would create,
I wouldn't say no
Don't
shit.
say, yeah, I was gonna say, try to keep the local part out of it. Just say like jujitsu or something.
then how would they know where they're gonna go?
Because you're running the ads in their local area because they're seeing it wherever they're seeing it from.
And then from there, I'll just funnel it to whatever school is in the area.
Exactly.
So let's
Got
just say jujitsu is jujitsu claw. Jujitsu claw. That's the name of your Facebook page, your domain, your Instagram. So you would then, let's say you wanted to get a client in Columbus, Ohio. What you would do is you would basically target people in Columbus, Ohio who want a free class. Okay, that's step one. So you got your Google set up to get free leads on Google, and you got your Facebook and you got your Instagram. So you're running Facebook ads, Google ads. And again, you don't have to do Google. I mean, he's basically saying that the Google isn't working as nearly as well as the Facebook ads. He's leaning on Facebook. Step two is now what you would do is what I'm hearing is you would basically get all of the jiu-jitsu business owners in the Columbus, Ohio area, and then you'd reach out to all of them. Say, hey, would you like a free, whatever he's doing? I don't know what his text blast is. And then from there, he would offer those leads, at least 3 to 5 or 10 of them, to that business owner that responds to you. And you'd pre-frame them and say, hey, look, here's what I charge, here's what it's going to be.
Okay, it's starting to click now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So just to make sure, so that page that I'm making, the Jiu-Jitsu Club page, am I making that kind of like a theme, like a Jiu-Jitsu theme page where it's just like random stock photos and that's what gets the leads to like opt in to be okay, I'm down for that. And then from there, I would either, however I get the business owner's information, either cold calling or have a list where I could blast them. That's how I get them into the funnel, right? That's how I let them know, hey, I got these leads ready to go. You want these leads, yes or no?
So really quick, in terms of how you create the Facebook page and Instagram, just imagine any one of your clients who's got like the best Instagram-based Facebook, just really recreate that shit.
Okay.
Make it as close as possible to having like a direct face to it, maybe. You know what I mean? Or you can like ask Adam and some of your clients, like, hey, I'm building out a page. Do I have your permission to maybe use some of the content? Like you could do something like that and create your own Facebook, your own your Facebook, your Instagram. And then what you I think what you said second was what did you say?
As far as like contacting
Oh.
the business owners.
Yeah. So in terms of like, yeah, contacting the business owner, he doesn't say how he basically gets these 10 people. I'm sure he's got some kind of a workflow where he's like going to Google My Business and scraping them into Go High Level. He's doing something. Just like, Jay had like some kind of a way to do it. He's got some kind of a way. He's just blasting it out to all of them. So
Okay.
you can do that, or you could do it the old fashioned way. Just do a fucking go to Google, Google Maps and just find all the jiu-jitsu owners in a particular location, just one by one, hit them up.
Yeah. That sounds pretty simple because these guys usually they're easy to get a hold of.
Yeah. So he does that, and that's all pretty easy. Like getting the leads, getting 10 people. I don't know what that opening line is, first of all. I don't know what that is. That's very important, obviously. And then this part, like this, a lot of the secret sauce is like how he positions the discovery call and the sales call. Like I know when I was doing the trials, me and Mason went fucking ham in terms of all the expectations and everything we set on the trial. Like we said, hey, here's what's gonna happen next. Here's what's gonna happen. Da, da, da. Here's the price point. Da, da, da. And so you have to go ham in terms of what you're saying on a discovery call to convert these people. And that's what you can see. A bulk of his message here is like how he did it, like what he said, what he did. That's the part of it. That's the secret sauce.
Okay.
So, questions, comments, concerns?
I got a question. Why not just sell the leads, like instead of doing the free trial, or what, like, could you just put a price tag on those leads?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people do.
And like, are you guys familiar with the Google Guaranteed thing they rolled out pretty recently?
So
Yeah.
actually really quick about selling leads. I've noticed that it's really good to sell leads when it's like insurance, in my opinion. Why? Because insurance leads are expensive as fuck.
Mhm.
And so I know agencies that will sell insurance lead for like $100. So it's like $100 per lead, and then they pocket the difference. The problem is that when it comes to these kinds of industry, like jujitsu, whatever, your cost can vary so much. Like your cost per lead with our fund was $5, but then MJ is like $10, and then somebody else is like $20. And so now what happens is unless you already know beforehand, like what your cost per lead is going to be, you know what I mean? And so you have to base it off of that. But then on top of that, the cost per lead goes up and to the right as time progresses as well. So your margins are going to diminish as time progresses.
Right. But you would know your cost per leads, right? So could you kind of, I guess,
You don't you know your cost per lead if you're running ads beforehand for sure. Yeah.
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 So then you could put like a percent, like a margin on that, and then you say, hey, this is how much this costs. But I could see, well, from their perspective too, they say, okay, these are some of the leads, but some of these leads aren't converting. So why am I paying you for, so maybe they would only want to pay for like the converted leads, which would be more expensive, right? And that's where I thought about Google Guarantee, because they're basically, you only pay for what converts, and you can dispute the ones that don't convert, and they record all those phone calls. So that'd be kind of interesting. I don't know if there's like even software where we could somehow know which ones convert, but that kind of gets tricky.
And you literally took the words out of my mouth. I think the reason why a lot of people don't do it is because of the operational complexity. Imagine you have 100 clients and then you're generating hundreds of clients a day. You got like, let's just say realistically 20 clients, and then you're generating hundreds of leads a day. You know what I mean? Like that, you have a full-time staff member just running through that shit.
Yeah, just listening to the phone calls, right?
Just figuring out the costs, and that's a huge. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's why most people are selling, retainers and paying fulls, I think. And like percentage deals are a nightmare.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
good question. Other questions, comments, concerns regarding all this stuff, guys?
Dude, I just thought of even more of a savage idea, but
Let's hear it.
dude, imagine if I did this for like all local gyms or just like every gym ever, but then I take all of the contact information that I generated like in general, and then I took their emails and phone numbers, and then I hooked them up with either like online personal trainers, or I built like a course out myself that has to do with like mobility or something along the lines of that, and then charged them like $47 a month. And they basically just generate all these leads. So even if they don't convert, I still get all of their information. I can still sell to them like myself.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, exactly. So you generate the leads yourself, and then if the gym owner doesn't want them, you're going to sell them into personal training services.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of opportunity there for sure. Okay, guys. So I will reach out to Drew, and I will see if he's available. He wants to hang out with us and share some more information. He is a very busy guy, but I'll see what I can do for you guys. Hope you guys got some value from this, and the wheels are turning. Okay. So let's go and hop on in. Mr. Jorge, what's going on, man?
Yes, sir. So, let's see. Everything's getting better with the lead form, the new ad sets that we created.
Mhm.
Double check here. Yeah, so far I've gotten with the new ad sets probably like 3 leads already. And one of them was like a repeat of like this like weirdo. Another one just like keeps putting his name in again. And I called him. He answers and he just hangs up. I was like, all right, so that was that. So technically we have two. But I forgot to connect the Facebook lead form to my Go High Level.
Mhm.
So there's like two that I just got that I just realized today. And I haven't called those up yet. So that's what I have. But so far it's looking good. So far it's looking like with the new ad sets, it's like at $16, $20 per lead.
Okay, so really quick. So I was looking at these numbers here. So are you including that in here? In this sheet right here?
Uh
'Cause this
yeah, so
sheet,
I updated everything today, but from here it doesn't I don't know why it's giving me $12 here, but on here it's more expensive, like on the Excel sheet.
so is this Excel sheet right here? This one is this
Oh,
so
updated.
so when you say it's $16, is that a lead form ad or is that like the ad that's going into the funnel?
That's the lead format.
Okay, so that's what I thought. So here's what you want to do, man. If we look at and this is important for everybody, just so you guys all know this. Um, so if we look into Riviera, you'll see when it comes to his sheet, bro, we have one sheet per funnel. So we're testing a
Oh,
bunch of
that's
stuff.
right.
So you want to have the data. So like, yeah, we want to separate the data out for each funnel. So we want to go back and you want to clean this up.
Gotcha.
Go back and clean this up and then create another sheet and then have that just for lead form. So that makes sense. I mean, if you're getting fucking $16, that is in line with what Jay was saying. It makes total sense, bro.
Yeah, so the lead form is a separate one than the other one, just like the targeting, right? So that would be Jay's targeting plus my targeting. That's one funnel, and then the lead form is its own funnel.
You want to have an Excel sheet per funnel, or it could be as like so okay. Actually, like, why don't you share your screen and I can see what you're doing.
Sure.
Or you can share now. So click on campaigns, bro. And cool. So what each of those two are those two different type what kind of campaign is the top one? What kind of campaign is the bottom one?
So this one is for Northbrook. This one's their free class campaign, like lead.
Okay. And so the middle one is
This is mine, the one that I've been running.
okay. So real quick, bro, this is super important. You should have don't touch it now if they're both working, but like you want to have these in separate ad accounts, by the way.
Which ones?
So you want to have your stuff in your ad account. So this ad account right now, you have two different campaigns. One's for your clients and one is for you. You don't want to do that. You want to have one ad account, which is just your ads for your acquisition, and then you want to have another ad account, which is for your clients. You can even go so far as like one ad account per client. So let's say you have two clients and then your own ads for your own acquisition, you would have basically three different ad accounts. You could do that. Or if you wanted to do it this way, where you have all of your clients' campaigns in this ad account and then all of your ads in this account. So that's just
Okay.
something that's important for the future. But for now, don't touch it.
The only reason I did this was because remember that this was the client that could not get his ad account back up.
Oh, well,
So I was like, fuck, I
even
gotta do
then,
something. So
yeah, even then you can create, you can have multiple ad accounts, by the way. You don't need anything special. You just create more ad accounts.
okay, I'll try that then because I tried creating his ad account again, but he was like restricted from creating an ad account.
You create an ad account within your own business manager. So
Gotcha.
you see where it says um you see where it says campaigns up
Yeah.
into the top left?
Yeah.
Can you take your can you go a little bit higher and then click on the drop down? See each of these are different ad accounts. And so you can create your own you can create another ad account. Yeah. So some of these ad accounts are, so you see us as owned by somebody else, owned by somebody else. Matt Masters is your own ad account. And if you scroll up, Jorge, Cortina, Matt, that's your ad account. So you have 2 ad accounts right there. So you can
Mhm.
create multiple ad accounts for yourself.
Gotcha. So create a new one and use that one as the as Northbrooks.
I mean, for now, like don't touch anything if it's working, but in the future.
Okay.
So in the future, you have one ad account where you run all of your clients' campaigns in them.
Yeah.
So let's say you have one ad account, and then let's say you have 3 clients. So you have 3 clients in this ad account, each of them have their own campaigns.
Mhm.
And then you have your ad account here where you have all of your campaigns.
And is that as important as like if they have their own ad accounts, I could just run it from theirs?
Yeah, you can run from their ad account as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is just like just information to know in the future. It's not going to make or break anything right now.
Okay.
Can you click on the middle one? So walk me through what each of these top 4 are that are on.
So
that's
this is
form. Okay.
lead form is targeting.
Is that a lead form or is that to funnel? The second one.
This one is to the funnel, to the calendar page.
Okay. And then the third one is
Third one is my duplicated ad set of this one of mine.
so
And then
so the third and the fourth one are going to your funnel, correct?
all these 3 are going to my funnel.
Okay. Okay. So that's what I thought. So those 3 should be on that Excel sheet. And then the one up top, 423, 24, Jay's lead form, that one should be a separate Google sheet.
I hear you. Okay. Cool. So then I'll go fix that up.
So your cost per click is 430. What is your cost per lead on here? Scroll to the right. Yeah, bro, like this shit's nuts. $12 for a lead. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. We're good, bro. This is it. I think that's it. That was now we're good. Now we're on the gravy train. We're chilling. Hallelujah. Now we just fucking sell like a motherfucker. And yeah, you're good. You're chilling. Congratulations.
All right, for sure.
All right. What else you got for me, bro?
So yeah, so that's that. That's the update on that. I had a technical question about running one of my new clients' ads. Well, he's not a new client, but one of my old affiliation gyms.
Mhm.
Getting everything set up for them, and I'm just wondering how important is it that I install the pixel on their website before I launch their ads? I'm asking that because they have a website guy that he has to get access from for me, and I wanted to launch it by Wednesday, and I didn't know if it'd be like a make or break deal if I launch it without the pixel.
So this is a jiu-jitsu client?
Yeah.
This is a jiu-jitsu client. They got their own website and they have a pixel already installed in there.
No, they don't. They don't.
Okay. And so and when you run ads for people, are you running ads you're running ads, you're doing lead format, so you're not even using a pixel, are you?
Yeah, I'm doing lead formats. So do you not even need it then?
Can you who here runs lead formats? Mason? Okay. Do you select a pixel in the lead form ad set or no?
No, you don't need to do that.
Okay.
No. I honestly realistically, man, like I think the only time you need a pixel is if you're doing e-commerce, in my opinion. I think
Why?
if you're like a local gym, like you're not going to do the amount of volume that you really need for it to make a huge difference.
If you're going off social media, you need a pixel. That's the thing. Are you going off social media? You're not going off social media. So that's why you're okay. So if you need to launch that,
Okay. Cool. Gotcha.
purpose of the pixel, guys, the purpose of the pixel is to track data that is off of Facebook. That is the purpose of it. So why do you need that? E-commerce, like Mason said, right? Selling courses, coaching program, whatever it is that's going to a funnel.
So if I were to make a landing page in the future for some reason, then I would need a pixel.
Yeah. I would recommend that you create a pixel anyways, but don't let that be a hindrance of you working with them and getting started, and which is what your main question was.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that was that. And then next thing is so Northbrooks ads. So the results, they're not within the KPIs that I've been getting for downtown or for Jay. And I was just wondering, should I start doing that, duplicate the ad set and then kill the old one?
what is normal KP, what is normal range and what are they at?
So normal range is like $10 per lead. And actually let me just see right here. Well, we'll just talk about like cost per lead. It's about $10 per lead, 10, $12 average.
Uh-huh.
And Northbrooks is getting it at like $20.
Okay. And are you doing pretty much the exact same thing? Like, or
Yep.
what are you doing different? Like, really think about that. Are you doing anything different other than location? Because if it's location, I'll tell you maybe what it could be.
The only thing that I'm doing really different, everything is pretty much the same across the board, except for the ad spend, the daily budget. It's $15,
Your other clients, what was the budget?
$30.
So you're spending less. Okay.
Yeah, I'm spending less.
What else?
Let's see.
Targeting is the same. Creative is
Yeah,
the same.
I think everything is pretty much the exact same.
Is
Maybe
the
like the one thing that I don't have on the downtown one is on the Facebook lead form. One of the questions is why are you interested in jiu-jitsu versus the one downtown? It's more of a qualifying question where it's like our memberships start at 189. Can you afford this? That's the only difference that I could spot.
So the one that you have right now, the one that's $20, is that the one that's asking about that budget or no?
No.
So I don't think that the budget is creating the issue, but here's something important is like I would recommend just making sure you do the same thing across everybody, bro. Right. So if the budget is like helps, then put the budget. If the budget doesn't help, don't put the budget and just keep it the same for everybody. Because right now, like it's hard to know if that's causing an issue or not. I don't think it is, but it's hard to know. Do you know if there's are you familiar with the location that they're running ads? Like, are you familiar with that location, the gym owners, business owners in that location? Are you familiar? Is it a crowded place?
It's more suburbs.
Suburbs. Suburbs is like would you say it's like less people?
Yeah, so it's less people versus downtown, you're Chicago, right? You're in the heart of the loop.
So I want to share something. Can I share my screen with you? So guys, I want to share something with you of like why ads oftentimes are a little bit more expensive versus the same when you're doing the exact same thing. Can you stop sharing your screen, actually, Jorge? Or actually, I'm sorry, that's me, guys.
Okay.
So let's say this is really important. So let's say this is the location, okay? And then this is the location. So here's what's happening. So Jorge's cost per lead right here is $10 per lead. And then his cost right here is $20 per lead. So the question becomes why? Why the heck is the cost per lead so significantly different, but the same creative, same everything? What I want you to imagine is like maybe there's like a business here, there's a business here, there's a business here. Okay. And then all these X's like represent leads. Okay. So what happens if now we're in this situation, which this is not Jorge's situation, but let's say we're talking about a situation where you have this business owner, you have this business owner, you have this business owner, this business owner, this business owner, this business owner, and then the number of leads, I'm sorry, the number of people, let's just assume that's the same volume, right? Just like here, I don't know how many drew out, like 10. Let's just say there's 10 here. Pop quiz, what happens here? Why is the cost per lead more expensive here? Pop quiz. Who knows?
It's because there's more people trying to get the same.
Bang on. Exactly. So right here, what's happening is this advertiser, this advertiser, this advertiser, they're all bidding for this person. So this saying, hey, I'm going to pay $2. It's like, no, motherfucker, I'm going to pay $5. This was like, nah, fuck you, dude. I'm paying $20. And then everybody else is like, all right, fuck it. You win. Right? So that's what's actually happening. So this is like a really busy location. So this would be like a Chicago location where a ton of businesses are running ads in the same location. Okay. Now I'm going to give you Jorge's case. Here's what's happening with Jorge. So Jorge is $20 per lead. What's happening is you have maybe 2 business owners, and then the number of people in that area is like this. So now what's happening? Why is the cost per lead higher here? I went over this one. We went over this one. Why is this one $20 per lead? Pop quiz. Who knows?
There's less leads,
Less leads.
less people.
Exactly. Same thing. So the value of each of these is higher. That's it. So when you have very small amounts, so here's the key. Your goal, and this is, I mean, not your goal. Like, I mean, there's only so many people you can help, but like the best case scenario is where you have very few competitors. So 3 competitors and you have a shit ton of people. That's the best case. That's who you're going to get the best leads for. So when I look at you, Kyle, this is your case, right? You and Michael, MJ, you guys live out in, you know, where you guys live, no man's land. There's not a lot of competition. That's why you guys are chilling. Versus when I ran ads in freaking Silicon Valley, dude, it looked like this. Oh my God. This is the worst. Never try to run ads in Silicon Valley. It's insane. So I just want to share that with you guys. If you guys are ever wondering, like, why is my cost per lead so high? This is why. So you cannot, when people say, oh, I guarantee this number of leads and da, 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 motherfucker, you can't guarantee shit. Unless you like have every location memorized and you know exactly what the population, everything looks like. So just want to share that really quick, guys. So Jorge, that's it. Like, that's your reality, bro. So what do you do with that? Pop quiz. What would you, how do you solve that problem?
Ask him. It wouldn't be asking him to increase the ad spend to get
No,
more.
the cost per lead will still be the same, right?
Yeah.
So I made a post about this, motherfuckers. I'm saying motherfucker a lot today.
Increase retention.
What did I talk about this past week, motherfuckers? I got no like likes, comments, shares on this, and this is what we're going over literally right now today. What? What?
So increasing the amount that they spend.
Increase delta LTV.
Yes, you have to offset it by increasing LTV. This is why this fucking matters, guys. This is why this fucking matters. That's it.
One other thing you could do, I would definitely recommend just like focusing on what he just said, but another thing you could do is just launch new offers and creatives more frequently.
Yeah.
But
So
that's where that's gonna do like 80% of the heavy lifting that he's talking about. So just keep that in mind.
And so that, like what Mason said is like, so what you're doing, like Mason's strategy, like, so now that a lot of people just don't fundamentally understand what we just went over, but like, again, this is this case. And so what's happening is because there's so few people, what Mason is saying is try multiple creatives because you have so few people. This person maybe resonates with high quality music, this person high quality images, this kind of offer, that kind of offer. It's because there's so few fish in the pond. You have to go crazy in terms of the different kinds of creatives and offers. This is also why you have to do like teeth whitening, and then you do like pain removal, and then Invisalign, because you're hopefully this like logically is making sense, but I know I'm going off tangent, but like hopefully this like makes sense why you rotate between offers, because you are getting rid of all the potential buyers and then you need to find buyers for this offer and then this offer.
Think about it like fishing, guys. Like some fish don't like certain types of baits. So after you've like fished with the same bait for a long time and nothing else is biting, switch your bait out and then throw something else out.
So what you have to do is, so you have the ad level, and then you have like the nurture, and then you have the sales, right? Like that's what the pipeline looks like, Jorge. So what can you do? You can't really, this is why all that shit matters in the Slack that I shared. Can you bring the shit down? You cannot. It is impossible. And that's why you just have to fucking suck it up and deal with it. So what does that mean? That means you have to increase the conversion rate at the nurture level. So instead of bringing in, 50% of people, you have to bring in like 80% of people to offset this. That means your sales have to be 10 times better. So when you're in a crowded location, a tough market, you have to be significantly better. And then on the sales lever, you can increase the conversion rate, and or you can increase the amount you're charging, or you can increase the amount you're charging on the back end. You have to do one of these things that I've gone over to offset this cost, because this, you're fucked. You were dealt a bad hand. You were dealt a bad hand. That's it. You were dealt a bad hand. That's what that means.
So try to have him increase his conversion rate get more money from it, or get more people to show up so he can obviously close more people.
And this is where, this is where what we talked about 2 weeks ago matters, where I said, hey, maybe you do the one-on-ones, get people in, and then you close them, right? That's how that happens. But you're revolutionizing the business. You're revolutionizing the industry. That's what it means to be a true fucking guru and pioneer in the space. So the average person, right? Like from Jay's program that work with those people, like from Joel Kaplan's program, I'm not shit on it, but like they're not going to go to the level of depth to figure this shit out. They're just gonna be like, fuck it. I tried, and they wait for the client to fire. That's what they do. Like Jay, if he was in this situation, he would literally just wait for the client to fire him. He would just run ads. He knows the client isn't making enough money. He's just going to try to keep the client on, and then eventually he's going to fucking piss off. That's how that game runs with all those people. So your only way to make it work is to do all these things, and it's hard. It's not easy. So when you ask that question, like, Kushi, what should I do? It's like, that's what you should do. The question becomes, can you do that in the chapter you're in, the phase you're in, the skills that you have right now? It's going to take you some time. So I don't know how realistic it is. So, you know what I mean? Like how, if you just like tell him like, yo, gym owner, you need to double how much you're charging. He's going to look at you like, what the fuck? How do I do that? And you'll be like, I don't know. You're like, yo, you have to get better at sales. And he's like, how? Like, I don't know. You just have to. That's what the numbers say. It doesn't really help them.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, that's kind of exactly where I'm at. But,
It
but
just
okay.
is.
Well, at least that's like those are the main things that would the 80-20 principle, right? Like the majority of the heavy lifting is going to be done through that.
Yeah. So this is where, as time progresses, we have to figure this stuff out. Or hey, like what's going to separate you from everybody else is figuring this shit out right here. It's all the stuff we talked about. By the way, Jorge, just so you know, Daniel had a conversation with a business owner who does Pilates. What's really fucking cool is what she would do is she would do like a free session. And here's the kicker. And I'll let Daniel talk about it if I'm missing this up. But like Daniel, he would run an offer. He said free group or something, and then free one-on-one. And so this lady, by the way, she ran ads. So she is a Pilates studio owner, and she created 7 locations. She scaled up. She's a fucking boss. And so what she did is she ran her own ads, and she can't find when she ran like group offers versus one-on-ones, the groups convert at 10%, which is interesting because that's what you convert at. So maybe your numbers are actually within line. So her numbers were about 14%, 10%, which is what yours are. And then she says when she did one-on-ones, it was 50%. So this is literally what we talked about the other day. Yeah, interesting.
Boom. All right, for sure. Now
So I
that's
think you're onto something.
that is, yeah, for sure. That is interesting. Now it's like either I'm gonna have to go in there and do it myself, and just so I could, get the roadmap, show them the blueprint before. Because I was talking to the other guys there at the gym. I'm like, man, you got to jump in there with them. He's like, yeah, sometimes I jump in there with them, but there's a lot of
So
shit going on.
So here's how you revolutionize the industry. Like you have to revolutionize it. You literally have to change up the game. So for example, one thing you could do now that we know we have to confirm this data, I'm pretty sure it's right because Pilates and this, I would assume it's very similar, is you literally instead of having, doing what the typical gym does, you might have like one like Saturdays and Sundays or Friday, Saturday, Sundays for this, where you have I don't know if this would work, but like you have like 3 jujitsu trainers or 3 sellers, and each of them have like back-to-back leads. So from like 8 a.m. to like 8 p.m., 15 like 30-minute 1-hour increments. And so you have 1 slot, 2 slot, 3 slot. And so all you're doing is one-on-ones throughout the mat. So you have the entire mat and you have like one person, one person, one person, one person. You have you see what I'm saying? And so all day you're fucking sitting there selling one after the other. So me, I have one person I'm selling from 8 to 9. And then I'm done with that. I go from 9 to 10, I'm selling my next person. And so everybody's going crazy from like Saturday to Sunday. Nobody does that in jiu-jitsu right now, but that's how you fucking do it. You have to systematize it.
Yeah, I could see that working for sure. Because mat space is just mat space. It's not being used the whole time, right? So it's like that's another way to, yeah, now that we was a trend, okay, cool. So would you going
So
off of
that would solve, what would that do? That would solve your problem, wouldn't it?
yeah. Yeah, because then the $20 a lead wouldn't even fucking matter.
Exactly. And that's the main takeaway that I want everybody to understand from this. You want to make the cost of leads irrelevant by charging so much higher, by getting so much better. focus on the back end to where the ad cost is irrelevant.
With that one-on-one thing, so would that be would that change up like the whole offer? So it'd be like free class. You don't just come into the group, it'd be like, hey, free one-on-one time. Book your one-on-one time slot here.
Here's the thing though. Here's what I think. Again, we need more information from this Pilates lady, but I think that if we looked at the overall funnel, let's say it's $5 per lead, let's say it's $15 for show up, and then acquisition cost is 10% of the show up, so it's $150, right? So this is the group. My theory is that if you ran the same offer, they don't know if it's a group or one-on-one. They don't know. And so it's still going to be $5 per lead. It's still going to be $15 per show up, but instead of cost per acquisition being 150, it's going to be 75. The conversion is not changing here because this is not broken. This is not broken. What's broken is this. This is 10%. Now we're taking this to 50% or 40%, whatever the fuck it is. Does that make sense? So when you talk about changing the ad, the offer, everything, you can, but like, why fix something if it's not broken? There's not a bottleneck here. There's not a bottleneck here. The bottleneck is here. Fix the bottleneck. The bottleneck is the conversion at the sales level.
So it'd be
You can
instead of
still offer, hey, free jujitsu training session, whatever the fuck you're offering. It would still be the same. The sales experience, the moment they hop in, would simply be different because the moment they hop in, they're having a one-on-one. Somebody's taking through this whole thing. They're going to build an emotional relationship and they're going to be sold. You're selling at this level.
Yeah, I could see this working for sure. So instead of taking them to the group class, like, hey, I'm gonna get set up, meet me in the back or the mats, right? Boom. We do our own thing and then yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Adam and then see if maybe like on my off days I could do it on my own, just jump in there with them, see what we could do. But for sure I like this idea.
And the hard part is operationalizing, systematizing this. That's the hard part, is making it actually work and doing it at
Yeah.
scale. So once you do it and confirm it, which I think you already have confirmed it, like you like really think about like what is your conversion, what is the conversion rate, which you said is 10%, which is what she's saying, and then think about your honestly your own conversion rate. Ask the business owners themselves, like, hey, when they do one-on-ones, what is their conversion rate? If it's 50% across the board, bro, and this is 10%, you have your answer. That's the answer. And then because it's 50%, the other thing you might be able to get away with is you might be able to get away with charging more. So not only is your conversion rate higher, but you're actually charging a higher amount. So there's an offset that happens. The more you charge, the lower your conversion rate is, right? And so what happens, you keep doing it until you reach equilibrium. So I don't know if that makes sense, a little bit more advanced.
No, you lost me there.
Okay. So let's say I charge $1. I'm going to have a conversion rate of like 99%. Let's say I charge $100. I'll have a conversion rate of like 50%. Let's say I charge $1,000. I'll have a conversion rate of 5%. Let's say I charge $10,000. I'll have a conversion rate of 2%. Right? So the conversion drops. So the question becomes, what is the sweet spot where you charge the most amount of money, where you make the most? There's an optimal conversion rate and optimal price point. This is more advanced, but this is the stuff. This is this stuff. Is figuring out the optimal amount to charge. This stuff right here is that. That's what I'm talking about. Again, it's a little bit advanced. It's a little bit down the road. But if I'm you, make a note of that. Make a note of what I just brought up. Watch this part again. That's what you need to be working towards.
Gotcha. Okay.
In terms of homework though, we already talked about this. Like, so the note I made for you are already literally doing. So my only other thing is like, if you have any downtime, like try to set the cold outreach stuff if you have downtime. But honestly, like based off of the numbers I'm seeing, like I think you're gonna be fine and you're gonna be able to scale up just fine. But like do this in your downtime if you want to. So your main homework is this, I would suggest, is like figure out one-on-one. That's it. Figure out one-on-one and do trial if you have time. That's it.
Trial that one that Drew was talking about.
The stuff that Drew was talking about, yeah. Like start setting that stuff up. I would not waste a bunch of time and energy because you already have something that's working, right? You have something that's working. We will know for sure in like 1 or 2 weeks.
On that note, with like the cold outreach, I know a lot of jujitsu people. Like I'm pretty involved in the community as far as like gym owners, and so I'm wondering since I go around the gyms and I train over there pretty often. Like for example, my girls' gym, I know they're running ads, but they've been running the same ad for like a year, and it's like he doesn't know what he's doing really. He just like posted a picture and has like somewhat of an idea, but like going after those people would that be a waste of time to try and convert them, or should I just focus on what I'm already doing?
Um, what like are you coming to this from an angle of like you feel like it's a low-hanging fruit? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. Like I already have a somewhat of an established relationship with these people, so
Yeah.
trying to leverage that.
I mean, I would just say like your time is best spent, I think, here. I think your time is best spent like figuring this out, which is again, what are you figuring out? You're figuring out how to increase LTV and then getting your lead form ads to work. And so if you spend more money on lead form ads, which I think you can do, you should have like constant leads coming in. You're just hopping on calls, I think. So step one is I would spend more money on ads. Step two, I would focus on this, which is like the one-on-one stuff. And so like that means having meetings with the business owner, sitting down, telling them all the stuff, drawing out a diagram, numbers, everything we talked about today, getting them bought in, setting up like, hey, let's this weekend, let's try this thing. Like this is going to cost you some time and energy to figure this shit out. And then I would say if you want to have like, so just focus on that is what I would do. And then if you want to have a conversation, just don't kill yourself is what I'm saying. Like I remember when you first try to get your client on, remember that? It took you like 2 fucking months. Remember that? It was like a whole thing. Just don't do that, is what I'm saying. Don't do that. Just make it simple, shoot your shot, and that's it.
Gotcha.
You got bigger fish to fry. You got all this stuff coming.
Okay, for sure. That's what I was thinking too, but I just want to see your opinion. Like, you thought it was a waste of time or anything, but that's pretty much what I was gonna do. Just like, hey man, this is what I do. If you're interested, if not, whatever.
Yeah. 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 The only reason, by the way, I should probably give you an explanation as to why. Like one, you just have bigger fish to fry, but then also two, it's like the buyer's pocket. These are people that are too confident. These are people that are not confident enough. In my opinion, he's probably over here because he's running the ads. He's probably getting some kind of results, or else he probably wouldn't keep running them. And so what you have to do is you have to scare him into saying, hey, I want to hear this forehead guy out. That's why. That's fundamentally why he might be out here, I think. And so these kinds of people are hard to sell because nothing's fucking broken for them. They're just chilling. They're like, why would I pay this guy? So that's what I'm saying. Just go out there, shoot your shot. Don't stress about it too much.
Okay.
So you feel clear about what you need to focus on then?
Yeah, submission is clear.
Cool.
Okay.
Anything else, man?
No, that's it. I might have a little bit of time, but I'll stick around if I can. But other than that, thank you so much.
All right. Next we have Camilo. Camilo, can you give me just a second here? Mason, can you actually get started with Camilo? I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
I'll be right back, Camilo.
Yep, no worries.
Let
I
me
don't have any questions. I mean, I had a few questions for Mason. He's been helping me with it. So I'm just building my funnel and then just hopefully to, start launching the campaign this week and then just going from there. But I don't have any specific questions for Kushik or for Mason.
where
So,
where are you currently at in building the funnel? Like I know you said you're trying to
so I
launch
just,
this week, but I guess where are you at right now?
so I just clone the funnel. I'm trying to get the domain, just link it, and then just do all the tweaks. Um, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so you basically just like create your account, you download the funnel, and then you haven't started really in terms of like the course material and stuff.
I went through weeks 1 and 2, and then I'm just going through all the videos for all the things that I have to launch the campaign.
Okay. There's
Okay.
something super important. I have to update the course material on it, because they changed
Mhm.
something and go high level. So do you have like a pen and pad kind of next to you really quick?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you're going to watch a video about how to create and inject the forms into Go High Level. And I guess this is just
Hmm.
a note for everybody, if you haven't launched your ads yet, and just everyone in general. there's going to be an option on the right-hand side of the screen when you build your form out. Underneath options, you click that and then you scroll all the way down, and then there's going to be something called sticky contact. You want to make sure you enable that. And you want to do that with
Sticky
all the forms in
contact.
your funnel. If you do not do that, basically what's going to happen is someone's going to be able to opt into your funnel and they'll opt in, and then they're going to get moved over to the application page. Then when they submit an application, basically Go High Level is going to be confused and then not recognize the person that just filled in the opt-in page before wasn't the same person that filled out the application. Therefore, there's going to be two contacts that were made. So if you don't have
Gotcha.
sticky contact enabled, then it's going to be super confusing, and then you're going to be like, who's coming from what? So make sure that, again, all of the forms inside of your funnel have that enabled, sticky contact. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Perfect.
Yeah. But other than that, just try to get your funnel launched ASAP, because the faster you get that launched, the faster we can
Yeah,
start closing
that's what
deals.
I'm working on this week.
Perfect. So what date do you have? What day specifically? Like Friday? Do you think you'll be able to launch by?
Thursday ideally. Yeah.
Okay.
Are things pretty smooth in terms of everything, Kim, so far?
Yeah, absolutely. Just going through the content. The only thing was what I told you. I'm on the go all the time with my daughters, picking them up and dropping them off, and just doing different things. So I try to consume the content a lot on my iPad, but sometimes it just doesn't load. But that's the only thing.
If you maybe want, if you want to ask, maybe the guys can chime in and share with you a tip.
So what I was just doing is just what you told me, and I'm just copying all the links for all the Loom videos, and then just pasting them on my notes app, and then seeing if that works when I'm on the go. But yeah,
Okay. Um, okay. Yeah, I wish I had a better solution for you. It's not really anything else I can do in terms of I don't control Wi-Fi. It's not
yeah,
nice.
no, it's fine.
Um, anything else, Camilo, that you wanted to go over?
No, that's it. It's just like I just told Mason, my idea is just to get that final launch this week by Thursday.
Cool. Yeah, man, Thursday, and then I think probably get some leads by Monday, and then typically it's about a good 7 days before people ask some like heavy hitting questions, because usually about 7 days in you've had some discovery calls, some sales calls and stuff like that.
It's
So
happening. Cool.
cool. You'll have some
Yeah.
leads.
All right,
You have
perfect.
some questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you have more questions, feel free to ask, chime in. Okay.
Sounds good.
Daniel.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How are you doing, man?
Just hanging in there, man.
I know. Um, let's hop in, man. You had a chance to watch the video. Where are you at, or what questions do you have? Actually,
No,
no. Oh, yeah, actually, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, that's it as far as the client's concerned. But I had a technical question I was waiting for Mason to answer about the authorized representatives for the A2P registration. Again, it's not clear because I was going off the Twilio video at first, but that's the wrong video. So just making sure I get everything right. I don't want to fuck anything up. So I was just curious if I enter my information for the authorized representatives, or is this the owner's information?
I would put, hold on one second, Daniel. Entering the authorized representatives for ATP registration, I'll enter that information in mine. Just put yours. So
Okay.
put so did you already grab their EIN number and everything?
Yeah, and the reason why I was asking is because what confused me was talking about avoid additional carrier filtering by registering your business. It's basically saying something about brands. Like don't have to each brand you create must have unique contact information.
Yeah,
So
you'll only be creating one.
okay,
So yeah, so you don't have to worry about anything like that. So you'll just be creating one, so you're gonna be fine. Just use that authorized representative as you,
okay,
but for their make sure that you use their EIN, etc.
got it.
And in terms of like creating the profile for them and go high level, like it doesn't matter as much as you think it does. You're just making another sub account. But like you just want to make sure that like you have the name of the studio. That's all you really need.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
just make sure you have that and then EIN.
Yeah, I got all that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yep.
Daniel, what else you got for us, man?
I mean, that's it, really. Just, I mean, you saw the we were going back. We had the exchanger in the DMs, but that's it. I just gotta make that video for her and then send it off.
Did
Yeah.
you figure out, hey Daniel, just really quick, I didn't mean to cut you guys off. Did you figure out the DNS stuff as well? It looked like you did. I just wanted to confirm.
Um, I don't think so. I forgot when I asked that. I think I moved on to something different. I just wasn't sure how to grab that information from Go High Level. I was trying to Google it and YouTube it. I just couldn't. I don't know. I couldn't find it. And again, this is like
They
going.
do they use GoDaddy for their or did you when you bought that domain, did you use GoDaddy to buy that domain?
I did.
Okay. Um, there should be like it should automatically update the settings for you when you add a domain. So it was really cool. It's something they added. But basically, you just hit add a domain. So like go to the funnel, you hit add domain, and
Yeah.
then it should automatically put all the information that you need for you.
Okay. Because when I did my funnel, I thought I had to put that information on my own for when I
You
bought my
may,
domain.
yeah, you may have like you probably did, but there should be like an automatic feature where it's just kind of like add domain. Then it's like, did you use GoDaddy? And then it will literally sign in GoDaddy for you and do all the information for you. Because I think a lot of people were fucking it up. So Go High Level is just like, yeah, we're just gonna do this for you now.
Okay.
So it should automatically do it for you. And if it doesn't, let me know. But it should be super simple because I can show you like how to work up the settings. It's not too difficult.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Daniel, what so as you were saying, like, yeah, I've seen the conversation. What else were you saying, Daniel?
I mean, no, just making the video for her. And as far as like everything you were talking about with what's his name, Drew.
Mhm.
Honestly, I have to go back and look at that or rewatch it because I can't listen at two times speed. So I was like trying to piece it together. But yeah, like I'm gonna have to go back and watch that and maybe read the transcript.
What
But
question, I guess what questions specifically did you have about that? Like you didn't catch anything or like
no, I just don't like. Are we running ads? I'm sorry, I didn't ask beforehand. I just didn't want to like slow down the group. But I wasn't sure if we're running ads. Well, what are we running for ads for? Is it for ourselves or for the client? So basically, it's like if I'm niching in Pilates, am I advertising for clients for Pilates or am I advertising for Pilates studio owners?
Yeah. So basically, it's just not like so. I think before we even get there, man, like I just want to have like a conversation, like with just like how you're doing. Like that's the most important thing. Because I know you're like freaking going through the gutter right now. Like you're don't try to like sprint. Let's just walk and make sure you're good. Because you said things like literally the words that came out of your mouth, like you message, you're like, hey, look, if I have to refund, I'm changing the niche. I was like, whoa, what's going on? You know what I mean? And so it's like, remember, your niche is like a tattoo. It's a tattoo, and it doesn't matter whether she refunds, doesn't refund. Like that's what I was trying to get across to you the other day.
Well, I guess I was just coming at it like there was nothing invested in the niche yet, as far as time or anything. Honestly, it was I haven't done anything for the niche. So if and then when I first started the niche, you're like, well, just do like do something that is cookie cutter pro, like like something that's proven. Okay, well, if it's just a lot of things that are kind of like contradicting, like you first it was like have a verbatim offer and it has to be this. Okay, so I give her the offer, she doesn't want it, and then it's like, well, change the offer. It's like, okay, well, that wasn't what you said, and then it was like have a firm hand when you're talking to her, and it's like, oh, that was wrong, what I said or how I said it, and then it's like this is all guaranteed as far as the videos we're watching for the sales call. This is guaranteed refund, whatever, and then you're like, don't refund ever, and I don't know, it's just like a lot of like, I don't know if I'm listening wrong or what, but it's just a lot of back and forth. It's from my perspective. So anyway, all that to tell you that, like if what I thought was okay, the verbatim winning offer was the free one-on-one session. Like that was like gospel as far as I'm concerned. Like what you told me, she doesn't want that. Okay, well then I'm thinking my option is to refund her. So I refund her, and then since I have no like skin in the game as far as niche, I'll just niche into something that's like like medical spa or whatever. But that's where I was coming from.
Yeah. See, the way
I'll say, wait, can I just say one thing and then I'll let you kind of take it away, Kushi? So the one thing that I just want to say is like, whenever I think there's a fine line when you offer guarantees, right? And when you offer your guarantees, it's when you know that you can like your KPIs, you can get the results, you're super confident, right? So like the thing is like she wants to play the game by her rules and keep your guarantee. You know what I'm saying? So it's like one way that you can kind of, I mean, again, I would listen to Koshik here, but the thing is like I'm not going to abide by your rules and your laws and then still have my offer. Like the offer's off the table. It's like if you don't want to go through the proven plan of getting you results, I can't guarantee your results. You know what I'm saying? So like you have to kind of go into the mindset of that. So like I understand, like Daniel, I totally understand what you're saying. Right. So like I totally understand what you're saying there. So I just wanted to say I have empathy for you in terms of that. So like to me, I already know the position that you're at because I've been in that position before. Right. So it's kind of like, do I abide by the client and do whatever they say and make them happy and then get them shitty results and they fire you? Or
and then refund.
Or refund, or let them know like, hey, this is what this is kind of what we agreed upon. This is what we were going to do. And now everything is different.
Yeah, and then also Koshik, just to let you know, like the free one-on-one offer, she seemed to be on board up until that last big long message she sent me, where she was like, 100%, we're not doing that. I'm like,
what changed her mind? Would you say, Daniel?
I guess my voice message, or I don't know, like me, I don't know, like her concern is any no shows, and the point I'm trying to make is like you're stepping over a dollar to pick up a dime, kind of a thing, right? Like you're like the no shows, like
right. Well, here's the thing. There's never going to be a time where there's not no shows. Like there's always going to be no shows. Like that's unrealistic to think that there's not going to be. And like, I mean, I didn't watch to see what you're supposed to. I know you're supposed to put a video together or something along the lines of that, but like something that I would definitely include that video would be like, would you rather like you have two opportunities. One is losing an opportunity because someone didn't put their card on file, right? And now because you charged them and they didn't show up, they're definitely not going to show up. Or would you rather have the upside be like, sure, you paid your trainer to be there at a certain time and you're paying them $20 an hour, which is the same fucking thing. But the thing is like you have a 50% opportunity from our statistics and what we seem to sell them into a higher package. So would you rather pay $20 for your show, like would you rather pay $20 for your show up rate to be shit for one, the lead, and two, people saying no to even putting their card on file? Or would you rather have one person not show up and then lose thousands of dollars because you just told them they didn't want their card? So which in terms of risk, which one would you like to go with?
Yeah, I mean that's essentially, I didn't say those words, but basically like asking for a card up front is a huge barrier is what I was telling her. and it's going to end up being more expensive. The ads will be more expensive because I'm not getting enough people, right? It's going to take more money to get those people. And yeah, I was kind of like the message Coach Sheik was telling me is like, be like Big Brother. I'm like, okay, so like, and we had good rapport as far as like, language. I use the word bullshit, and I don't know if she was offended by that or not, but she like she has a sign on her in her gym, a neon sign that says "fucking fitness," and I commented on that. I was like, that's pretty cool, like it's funny, whatever. And then she swore before over the phone, and so I thought like, okay, we're like that's same bullshit, it's not a big deal. But the line I said was, if you're offering a free class, but at the same time asking for a credit card, their bullshit meter is going to go up or go off. And I don't know if like that offended her, but like she seemed to think like what. And then when she responded, she's like, if you think it's bullshit, then something. I don't know. I got to read it. I don't know what she said, but I was like, all right, well,
It just when you in your mind you think that you make sense, and you do make sense. You make sense to me because I know I'm on the same page as you. I know exactly what you're trying to say. But when you're trying to communicate with her, she's not understanding it. She's not getting it. She's not understanding. And so oftentimes what you have to do is you have to like paint it out in terms of numbers so people can like visually follow the numbers. Business owners are numbers people. And so when you like, for me, big thing I'll tell you is like just drawing out numbers and having it like laid out, kind of like what I did in that video. It becomes, oh, I see how the numbers work. That's again, a lot of what I'm doing in the training today is I'm drawing out schematics. I'm drawing things out for people so they can visually see it. And so what happens is, I think with her, she just didn't like fully understand how it makes sense, how it works. It's kind of like when you ask me certain questions, like, Kaushik, why shouldn't I do multiple niches? Right. And it's like, I have to get better at communicating so people like you can understand that. Right. It's like, it's just not making sense. It's not clicking yet. So it's what you're saying is not clicking for her. It's not making sense for her. That's what it is. And so that's why she's giving you pushback. But if you lead with like numbers, say, hey, here's what happens. Here's the number of leads that don't show up. Here's the number of leads that do show up. Here's the cost per acquisition. Here's your return on investment. Here's how the numbers all work out. It's like, okay, I can logically see it. It's just not making sense to her. That's all. She's not being fully sold in logically.
Yeah, I get that, and I get like like showing her the numbers. But as far as the winning offer, it's like, okay, this, like you drilled it in my head, like this, it has to be a proven offer, like nothing else. Okay, well, the proven offer, nothing else is a free one-on-one session. But then it's like, okay, well, just we can give her what she wants as far as a free group class. I'm like, well, I'm thinking like that's not the winning offer, right?
So here's the other thing to know, Daniel, is like the advice that I give you, it changes depending on the environment. So if I say to you, zip up your coat, you cannot stick to zipping up your coat in cold weather versus hot weather. Does that make sense? Different environments. So the one piece of advice means different things in different environments. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So zip up your jacket means a different thing in cold weather. You'll be like, oh, that makes a ton of sense. When you're in hot weather, you'll be like, fuck you, Koshi. What do you mean zip up the jacket? It makes no fucking sense, right? And so when I say the winning offer, that winning offer applies when you have niched down and we are building that applies. People fitting within the box is once you are running ads to Pilates business owners and you're trying to sell them on working with you. That's in the future, not right now. So that's a different environment. That's like autumn, and right now we're in summer. It's a different season. That advice applies then, not right now. Right now, you just need to do business. Right now, you just need to get reps in so you can learn stuff. So I'm trying to do everything in my power to help you just learn stuff. Is that making a little bit more sense, or is that not making sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I just feel like there have been times where I do ask, like, okay, you're saying the analogy you're giving is like, this is like a zip up your jacket. Okay, but as you using your analogy, there have been times where we're like, hey, Coach, what about in this weather? And the answer is like, well, don't worry about it. Like worry about it when you get there.
Like, and yeah, it's true. Like with her, like I didn't care whether you close her or not until you, like I didn't care. Like I didn't care whether you close her or not. And even when you closed her and you had made to 8K, I was still in the place of like, okay, you can totally refund her. I was still on that boat. It's not until you said to me, Kaushik, I want to niche down. When you said, Kaushik, I want to niche down and I want to do Pilates, then I'm like, okay, now you need to do reps in this particular niche. You do as much experience as possible. Now you don't want to give her a refund. Now you don't want to get, because what happens if you give her a refund, you never force yourself to go down this path and learn.
Right. But the path, I guess I guess my point is like, I didn't go down the path yet. So what I could just choose a different path. That's what I was saying about refunding her now.
Yeah.
Like there was no investment made. There was no like time wasted really as far as
You can
building a
do that.
niche.
If you want to do that, if that's what your gut tells you, if you're like, hey, Kaushik, you know what, man, this is too, there's too many issues here dealing with her and this and that. I would rather just give her a refund and then just go into something like medical spas. We can totally go down that route. My thing to you, though, Daniel, to understand is, and this is the part where I hope I'm clear, every route is hard.
Yeah.
Every route is hard. So we can give her a refund. We can do this, but I promise you're going to be challenged at that next thing too. Just you're going to be challenged in a different way.
Yeah.
Like Drew, the guy that was here earlier, and I say this, I'm just trying to put things in perspective. He and his wife came to me, built a $1.5 million a year agency before coming to me. And then what they did is they took Aman's stuff and they copied it because Aman was already doing medical spas. They did medical spas and they couldn't do it. And now he pivoted to a different niche and he figured something else out. So there's always challenges, even in the cookie cutter stuff, because Aman's cost per book call is like $30. His cost per book call is like $150. I can't explain it. I don't know why. It just, Facebook was just doing that. It's the way he looked, the way he sounds. And so that was the challenge. There's nothing I could have done about that. And so therefore he had to pivot, or he decided to make the pivot himself and go into another niche. So when I say that to you, I guess like what comes to your mind? Like, I guess like what's brewing up here now? Like whatever you want to do, I'm here to help you do that as easy, as smooth as possible, but it's all hard. It's all hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm gonna make that video for her, see if she's like open to that, right, or is receptive to that, and if not, if I'm still getting pushback as far as like, no, I want to sell a class, then I'm gonna tell her.
So here's the thing is like, and so here's why I'm trying to get you to do business. Here's why, is because when you do business, you just learn more. And so and again, this is the part where like it's not black and white. The advice is not the advice. And you have to be able to like read through the line, and you have to, you have to be able to read through the line and just think like very dimensionally to make this all work. Like when the offer is the offer, the free 1 day one-on-one is the one-on-one. But here's the thing, I am actually reading this. And when I read this, I am hearing her and I'm saying, oh shit, she only has 8 spots in the tour. So she has a very small space, most likely. And she can only fit 8 people in there. And so actually doing one-on-ones is probably very challenging for her. And so it's like, maybe it's not even possible to do one-on-ones for her. And I won't know the answer. Like a Pilates studio gym owner is going to know way more. And so if I'm you, who's going to know more? That Pilates instructor is like, hey, here's the situation. I got this lady. I want to do the free thing for her, but she's saying X, Y, Z. Can you advise? Is this something possible to do? Or like, do I have to scrap that? And she just has to do like, one-on-ones. I'm sorry, she can't do one-on-ones and she has to do the groups. That Pilates instructor that's got the 7, she's going to know much better. She's going to be able to advise you much better. But like, I'm looking at this and it's like, she might be right for her particular case. She might not be able to do one-on-ones.
Right.
So this sounds contradicting, I know, but
okay.
You know what I mean? Like it sounds contradictory, but like it's her situation. You can't fit something into like a box that doesn't contain, you know what I mean? Like it's like if I try to say, hey, the offer is 100 leads live, and then your studio can only pack 20 people, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't work. What's brewing in your head?
I'm just looking at her website because I thought that she sold one-on-one sessions. I thought private sessions were a thing for her.
Okay.
So my thought was like, okay, well, like if you do, like what does that schedule look like? How many spots are available for private sessions? Was my thought right now.
So if I were you, let's send that video. Send that video over her way, and then from there, let's see what she says. After that, if I were you, I would try to hop on a call and just talk it out. Like hop on a Zoom call, try to talk it out, help her. Like the first question is like, would it even work for her? Like, I'm not going to try to force her to make it work. I'm going to see, does it even work? Would it one even work for her? And why wouldn't it work? You have to listen. You want to really listen. And if she tells you things like it actually wouldn't work, it's one thing is I don't want to do one-on-ones. Another thing is I can't do one-on-ones. If she says I don't want to, my job is to convince her to. If she says she can't, well, then she can't. There's nothing I can do about that. And so I'm going to have a conversation with her about that if I'm you. And then from there, I would take it from there if I were you in your situation.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just gonna make the video, right after we get off of this, and then yeah, she does have private sessions. I think that was my disconnect. Was like, oh, it's not an issue.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. It's like, no, I'll just convey that to her. Like, hey, sorry, I just thought I didn't think about the logistics of the place, and like sorry, I oversaw that, or like didn't notice that.
So can she not do one-on-ones based off what you're seeing, or she can based off what you're seeing?
Well, she sells private sessions, but as far as like her, like there's no calendar on her website to schedule that. So I don't know. My question would be when, like, throughout the week, like how many one-on-one sessions is she available for?
So first of all, 100% not offering free one-on-one session. I'm not comping private sessions. No. There's a huge difference between one-on-one and group classes. So we need to make sure that we're on the same page. And there's not a switch in the language. I am offering free class, and the studio policy does not have a no-show fee for both services because we are a small studio and we cannot exist in no shows. Very standard. Yeah. So she's operating from a place, again, what I'm hearing. And again, I hope you don't take this as I'm contradicting. This is contradicting. I'm just telling you based off what I'm seeing so far, Daniel. And what this is telling me is that she's using a bunch of language, which is like, I don't want to do this shit. This shit's going to be sucky and hard and da da da. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go through the pain. That's what I'm hearing. It's a bunch of whiny shit.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And our job is, if somebody's whining like a little bitch, our job is to be persuasive so that we don't like lay it on. We are persuasive, and that they're like, that actually makes a lot of sense. That's your job. You got to be good at that. But we also need to listen and be like, is it her whining, or is it a real issue? This so far sounds like she's whining. I need to understand the business works. We have 8 spots in total. It's not like a gym where people come and go whenever. We have a small class at specific times. So maybe this sounds like a shift in the belief where she's like, maybe she's already doing like 4 training sessions a day. And that's why she's like, I don't have any spot to do any one-on-one. Like maybe that's what the issue is for her. And so we need to like learn more about that and be like, okay, why is this an issue? Why can you not do one-on-ones? Can we instead do, Miss Business Owner, can you do maybe instead of 4 training sessions, group training sessions, can you do 2 group training sessions? And the other time you open that up for one-on-ones. Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
Just need to listen. Just need to ask questions and listen and try to understand from her perspective and see, does she actually have a valid point, or is she bitching? And if it's the later, it's our job is to persuade. And if you cannot persuade, then I would suggest, if I were in your shoes, I would still, like I said, it's up to you. You can either just throw your hands up and say, screw it, I'm doing a different niche. Or you can power through and do the group stuff, understanding that you're not going to get her the best results, but you're still learning.
So, yeah, but my concern was refund. I know you're saying like don't refund, but like I went off your sales video, and you definitely talk about refunds and like it's guaranteed and like, whatever. Like, so like I was using your language and whatever. So, if like what Mason was saying, if I'm, it's my guarantee, but her rules now. So, but it's like, well, I can't be. But that's why I was saying, well, I'll just refund her then, because why would I invest her ad spend like all that time, and then at the end, like we're not getting the results from her.
Don't worry about the guarantee. Just don't worry about the guarantee. I know this is you're like, what the hell's Coach? Fuck the guarantee, not the guarantee. That it's the guarantee. The purpose of the guarantee is to sell somebody, man. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm just using a guarantee to get somebody bought in. And here's the thing. The reality, Daniel, the way the world works is if you guarantee somebody 10K and you make somebody $8,500 and they know you put your blood, sweat, and tears into it, they're not going to ask you for a refund. That's not how the world works. That's not how people work. They just care that you're doing your best and that you're coming close, if not over deliver. That's just how human nature works. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. The purpose of guarantee, I forget what the word is in marketing. It's like there's a certain word for it. It's a non-something guarantee, a non-threatening guarantee. And in other words, like I forget exactly what the term is, but the purpose of the guarantee is literally just get people over the finish line. That's it. That's it.
Got it.
And so I'm telling you things that are like not politically correct, but I'm just keeping it real with you. I'm just keeping it real with you in terms of like how the real world works in this agency world. So I would not worry about that. Like Mason is right. Mason is right. But again, that is a different season. That is the next season. Once you have niche down, once you're running ads, you say, hey, you're on a sales course. And this is once you have figured it out. So if you come to run ads with this lady, Ali, and you realize you try to run a group session, you just realize it tanks and there's no way you can help her. Well, then maybe the learning lesson from that is like, okay, I'm only doing single classes from now on. And so every conversation I have, they have to do a single thing. And if they don't, I'm not working with them. Right? Maybe that's what will transpire.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah.
So moving forward, I guess my question is how I'm looking at the weeks here. So when do I start pumping ads out for this niche? Is it like once I get like a week of ads with Ali and like there's some traction there? Or am I waiting for
You're doing it as soon as possible, man. Like remember the 80-20 rule. 80% of your time and energy is focused on that. 80% of your time and energy is focused on like running ads to your desired niche. And so right now, what you're telling me is you're in limbo. You haven't even decided if this niche you want to go into. That's what you're telling me.
okay, so I guess like what you're saying as soon as possible, but this isn't like a template, right? So I gotta wait. Like this is what I'm thinking. I gotta wait for a testimonial. I gotta wait for like a video ad for like once I produce her video. Like this is where I'm going down. Like, okay, what's logical?
No, you don't need any of that stuff. You don't need none of that stuff.
Okay.
If you want to go down the route, I will help you go down the route and I will help you get it done.
So is it just like
Adam and Tony here, they didn't have a single dog grooming client. I helped them build a funnel. Now they got 4 or 5 clients. They got their calendar book. They've never ran ads for dog grooming client. There's a way to do it. It's not important that you know. It's just important that you make the decision to whether you want to do it or not. And then if you do the decision, I will help you do it. Here's what I would do if I were you. This is you. You send the video. From the video, she either gives you a yes or she gives you a no. If she gives you a yes, cool. Just run down this path. Keep getting her. If she gives you a yes, then what you're going to do is 2 things. You're going to launch her ads, and then you're going to launch your ads. Okay? Launch her ads, launch your ads. Again, you send her the video. If she gives you a yes, awesome. Start getting her results. Start getting yourself results. And so when I say your results, there's everything that you need is inside Trello. Step 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll walk you through how to build your own funnel without any of the crap that you think you need right now. I promise you. Okay. Now, if she gives you a no, again, I'm not just like laying over. What I'm going to do from there is I'm going to hop on a call. And then from the call, you're either going to get a yes or a no, right? This is like your last line of defense. You're going to hop on that call just to confirm. If she gives you a yes, well, then boom, you go down this path again. If she gives you a no, then you can either stick to Pilates and that's fine, or you can go into a different niche. That's how you should be thinking through things. Does this logically make sense?
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking in my head. That's why I was saying I just got there. I guess I just got to her no faster than you're saying to get to her no.
Yeah, this is
If
what
that
I
makes
meant.
sense.
You just want to rule it out. You don't want to, you want to. This is what I meant by like trying not to give a refund. Is like when I'm saying that is like do your best and know that you left everything out on the field. Is kind of what I'm saying. Leave everything on the field. Ensure that you tried your best to keep her on, convince her, and all that stuff. And then if she still gives you a no, Then make your decision. You want to stay in Pilates or you want to do a different niche?
Got it.
Okay. Does it
Okay.
make sense so far?
Yeah.
Okay. You feel better? A little bit better?
Yeah. Definitely.
Good. So here's what I've learned about you. I need to draw out these kinds of diagrams for you. And that's what seems to help.
Yeah.
And I'm totally cool to do that, man. Happy to do that. Questions, comments, concerns.
No, not this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else that's on your mind? And also down here is what I meant, like all the stuff. So remember when you talked about Drew and stuff, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff with Drew until you're down here. Okay. Once you are
Okay.
down here, when we talked about like what did you do, Pilates or a different niche, then you can revisit the stuff that Drew and I and the guys are talking about. That's way down here.
Okay.
Anything else that you got for us, Daniel?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Welcome. Keep pushing through, man. Keep pushing through. This is part of the game. Just keep pushing through. It gets smoother. It gets better. I promise.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna hop off. If that's all you have for me, I'm gonna hop off. Okay. Thank you. See you guys.
See you, Dan.
Okay. Michael, I know you're traveling. Do you Kyle's next, or I can switch over to you, Michael, if you wanted. Again, I know you're traveling and you got the train, you got all that stuff, Michael.
Michael.
I'm guessing he's already busy.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I can go right quick.
Okay. What's going on, man?
So I don't have any major updates really. Yeah, no, pretty good. I've got my ads running. Three leads. Two I've got to follow up on. One seems like just a junk lead. It's a bogus cell phone and a bogus email. It was one of my first leads that came in, but the two subsequent ones, I just got one last night. So I'm going to work on reaching out to them today. But I don't have the Go High Level app on my phone. So I've got to kind of work through that technical issue. Apart from that, I guess my biggest challenge right now, well, Coach, you can, Mason, my challenge is with the ads. I'm trying to work on a variation for the second one to get that one live. And then it's really just getting data in and testing responsiveness of the ads and effectiveness of them. But apart from that, I'm just really going on to the next steps of things in the course material.
Okay. How much have you spent so far on the ads? Approximately
$71.
So $71 has given you 3 leads?
Yes.
So, and when I say lead, I'm talking about like an opt-in, name, email, address, phone number. Okay.
Yeah.
And your target, and what is your targeting? What are you targeting exactly? Do you have like exclusions or?
No, just all of Australia, and I have the interest stack.
Okay. Can you
of like just founders, co-founders, business stuff.
Okay. Can you do me a favor, and when you get a chance, man, when you get home, can you record going through your campaign, your ad set, and your ad, just the internals, just run through and just send that over. The reason is just I'm looking at it's $20, 23 Australian dollars, which is what in the US. So like $10? Is it like half?
Approximately, yeah. But I think it's 63% of a
It's about $47. It's about $47.
$47?
Yeah. So
yeah. However, my ad spend is in US dollars, so that's 71 US dollars.
Okay. So
71. So you're spending $23 US per lead. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like the end of the world, but it's certainly on the higher end in terms of what I'm looking at. So again, if you can please record. And so here's the thing is like sometimes what I come to find is like sometimes stories will work really well, sometimes feeds will work really well. everybody's a little bit different. So for me, for example, stories work really well. Mason feeds. And so whichever one is working well, as in like the lowest cost per lead, oftentimes we want to keep that on. So once you get that, so one, I'd like to see that. Two, I'd like to see the feeds turn on so that we can see our feeds cheaper. So if your feeds, you can get your feeds down to, for example, $10, then we'll just shut off the stories and then we'll just keep the feeds on.
Yeah.
The second thing, so step one is, again, just that recording when you get a chance, man. So we can just have a look, just make sure me and Mason make sure just everything's fine. And that's not more expensive than it needs to be. And then two, get the feeds up and running as soon as you can so that, we get the data and we want to spend as little as possible. And then three, there's a video to watch at the bottom of if you scroll down on the onboarding page, watch this after you launch your ads. Because there's a very important video to watch, which is like how to maximize the number of sales calls. So what I'm hearing from your language right now is that you still haven't followed up with a few of the leads. So there's a thing within the course, which is like speed to lead. Like within the first 5 minutes, you got to follow up with the leads within 5 minutes. Ideally, again, if you're sleeping, that's okay. It's understandable. But other than that, you pretty much want to follow up with them within 5 minutes. And there's just like other things. But if you give that video a watch, that video will like give that video watch at the bottom of your page, and that video will walk you through everything you need to worry about for this phase of basically booking your first sales call.
You can copy that. So this most recent lead, that one came in last night. So got a 3-hour difference. So I'll follow up with that one. And then that second one, I definitely dropped the ball. That one came in through the weekend on around Saturday. So it's that speed to lead, I think, is really important as well.
Yeah. Okay. So aside from that, Michael, do you have questions, comments, concerns, anything you want to chop it up about?
Nothing major. I know from a technical point of view, Mason, my internal notification for some reason is not firing. I've put my physical, like my actual cell phone number in the form field, and I selected assign the contract. Okay, so I guess the logic flow is with the automation on the very first automation, the opt-in automation. Once the contact comes through, I've put in a firing that's not in the training, but who knows, I'm creating a little bit. I've assigned myself as the contact. And then the second, on the internal notification, I said notify the assigned contact, which would be myself, and use SMS, which is my Australian cell phone number. Now, on that automation, it keeps failing. And the failing notification is that it's saying that the US Go High Level number, which is not 2P certified yet, it's saying that one needs to be 2P before an SMS can be sent out. But I have an Australian Go High Level number, which, using the batch process was approved and everything like that. And for some reason, I think Go High Level is not using that number to send the SMS notification. So I don't know, maybe I need to cancel the US mobile one. And then Go High Level number. I don't know, but for whatever reason, that internal notification is not firing.
So two things. The first thing is, I believe if you're in Australia, you have to file what's called a regulatory bundle. Do you know if you did that? So that's the first thing. You did do that.
And it was approved.
Okay. The second thing is you definitely have to have a local number to you. So that's definitely the issue then. So go and buy. So you're
I have one,
but the number that it's trying to text, from is a US number, right?
The number it's trying to text from is the US Go High Level number. But I also have an Australian Go High Level number because obviously I've done the bundle regulation process and I've been approved. So I'm assuming that maybe I need to just cancel the US Go High Level number.
Yes. Yes. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
All good. I'll give it a try. And if it doesn't work, I'll probably just default for now for an email internal notification, just so that I know when leads are coming in when I'm on.
Yeah. Another thing, Michael, is something that you mentioned was um not having the app on your phone. But what you can do, I guess let me ask you this. Why do you want the app on your phone? Is it so you can kind of follow up with people quicker so you don't have to be on desktop?
For now, yeah, I
Okay.
don't really have the capacity to to, to
So
monitor my
gotcha.
station in the office.
So what you can do, and I can show you how to do this, if you just message me in Slack, that we can email the application over to you as well. So not just their name, email, phone number, but we can email that entire application over to you with their name, email, and phone number, so you can look at it super quick and then just call them from your phone once you get the email, if that helps.
That that would be gold. Like
All right,
I'd be able to that pretty much allow me to be mobile.
all right, I got you.
Okay, but other than that, Kushik and Mason, I think, yeah. So I, I'll have another look when I get home at that video, but also in terms of getting that second ad up, that's the feed. So we can probably start looking at the numbers now. Again, I have started updating the Excel so that I can see the quants and see how effective my ad spend is, but without context and proper maybe mentorship on it, I don't really know what is effective and what isn't right now. But yeah,
Yeah. So
early days.
in terms of like effective, um, so here's what I would say is like I like to see anywhere from like $5 to like $20 for lead. And that's it. That's all like that's like just no like that is it. And so that's the number. And so that's the most thing that's the thing I'm looking at. And as long as you're within this number, like you're gonna be fine. And then when it comes to the next stuff, it's like there's the ad, there's the funnel, and then there's the discovery call, and then there's the sales call. Right? That's what the funnel looks like overall. Michael, can you hear and see me in case the Wi-Fi?
I can hear you. I just had to turn my video off just to kind of loosen the load.
Sure. Can you see my screen?
Let's see here. Yes.
Okay. So basically what I had written out earlier is I just said $5 to $20 per lead. As long as you're within $5 to $20, you're within KPI. And what I'm just trying to do is I'm trying to get you lower. Right now you're at right around $20. I'm just seeing if we can bring you a little bit lower. Hence why I'm saying let's test out feeds. After that,
Yeah.
all we care about is this is like, are you able to hop on discovery calls, which I think you're going to be able to as long as you follow up with these leads, right? And so the ad is not a bottleneck, the funnel is not a bottleneck, and so the question becomes, are you able to follow up these discovery calls? And then the question then becomes, are you able to push these discovery calls to the sales call? And what I'm looking for when it comes to sales call is a relatively good show up rate and warmed up. So if you, for example,
Yeah.
have like 10 discovery calls and then 10 of them say yes to a sales call, and then like 2 of them show up, well, then that means the issue is at the discovery call stage. It means that you're not doing a good enough job of warming these people up, getting them hyped up, getting them bought into wanting to show up. Or if you have a conversation with 10 people say yes, and then let's say 7 people show up, but then out of those 7, like 6 of them are super cold. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's all I'm trying to figure out is like, so the first thing is like, we just need to hop on calls just to make sure that you're pushing people to a sales call. And then from there, we're going to spend most likely like 2 weeks just on this, right? So I hope that makes
Yeah.
sense. Like the issue,
Yeah.
there's no, it's just, I want to see $5 to $10. And then I just want to make sure that we're following with all the leads, and then everything is crystal clear. Everything is fine.
Yeah. So between 20% to 70% DC to SC ratio, what's a good number?
Yeah. So I think if you're getting like 50% of people, like that's pretty
Yeah.
solid. Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty, yeah, 50%. So
This is
like,
kind of weird, just really quick. I don't know if you remember, but I've kind of noticed a pattern with like people that are running ads in Australia and doing this thing. I don't know if you've realized this because you're not, but like from Booth's data, if you remember, from Keely's data, if you remember, from Blake's, even Blake's as well, now that I'm thinking about it, their cost per lead was higher, but like they had a lot of discovery calls. Like their cost per lead was a little bit higher. I think it was between like 15, like somewhere like 10 to 20, I remember. Like yours still, Michael, is a little bit high, to be honest. But they always run discovery calls. Remember how many discovery calls they had? Like their show up rate was like really good. I remember that. Like specifically, I remember that. So that's something to look forward to, Michael.
Yeah. So it's like,
Okay.
so you can spend like, $5 per lead, like, we're doing, and then you're having a conversation, like, and then let's just say like 1 out of like 10 of them are like a good conversation versus you. So what does that mean? That basically equates to about $50 for like a qualified good lead versus, I think what Mason's saying is that you guys are spending like $20, but then you'd be like, 1 out of like 3 people are qualified. So it's about $60. So it's about the same. Is kind of, I think that's kind of what Mason's trying to get across. Is that what you're trying to get across, Mason?
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, I remember looking at their numbers because I remember being like, why can't we get their cost per lead lower? But they were still having a lot of conversations with good leads. So I just wanted to like pre-frame with that. So don't worry about your cost per lead. Just worry about having those conversations.
Most important thing
Yeah.
you can do
Okay.
was, most important thing you do is just like, again, there's a video to watch at the bottom of the page and just follow the directions in that video. And it's really just about some core principles that you're familiar with based off of your experience in the past. And, kind of with like the hotels and all that stuff is like speed to lead, really like hammering people multiple times, making sure they show up to sale, like all that stuff that you're familiar with, that you've learned in the past. That's what's going to drive. That's what's going to drive it. So the machine is working. Everything is fine. There's nothing to stress about. I just want to see the feeds just to compare the price. But like if Mason's memory is sharper than mine. And so if Mason's saying that, I believe him. And chances are your feed cost is going to be similar to the stories cost, and it's not going to make a huge difference. It's really just about speed to lead, having these conversations, pushing people to sales call. That's really all it is.
Okay. Copy. Appreciate it, guys.
You're welcome. What else you got for us, Michael?
That's it for now. I want to just get a nice, well-oiled machine with these ads, and just improve it from there and optimize.
Oh, I almost forgot. So I know with the A2P stuff, I know A2P is like a nightmare. In case you're not already doing this, what I would do is I would just use my personal number to reach out to people. So every time I got a lead, I would get an email notification or whatever, and where I for me personally, just I have my laptop on me pretty much all the time, so I see people moving within the pipeline. And so I will just use my personal number, or I'll use a different number to call people instead of just using my. I'm sorry, I use the Go High Level number to call people, but I will use a different number to like text people if I need to. So what I'm just simply saying is like, don't let HB be a hindrance. Like it's a pain in the ass, but like just work around it. It's not that serious. Like if you want to use your personal number to just contact everybody, just do that.
Yeah, I probably will be doing that. Just based on just being able to text on the go.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, man, whenever a lead comes in, man, and if you're not at the office or A2P is not working, just use your personal number, reach out to them, speed to lead. That's far more important than, the A2P and internal phone number and all that stuff. Promise you. Anything
Copy.
else? Anything else, Michael?
Not at the moment.
Cool. Well, if you have questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, man, you let us know, okay?
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yep, you're welcome. Kyle.
Hey.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, so actually you guys answered a lot of my questions already, and now I got a whole bunch of stuff to go through, Kaushik. So I'm sure I'll have lots of questions soon, but at the moment, I don't really have any questions.
What were some of those questions that you had, and then two, I'm curious how far you are in. Again, I know you have a bunch of stuff you have to do at this point, but where are you in the process of like watching that content and doing the homework and all that stuff?
Yeah, so a lot of the questions I did have that were kind of confusing me was like knowing which clients to, like to close on, and whether or not the client that I did close was like appropriate, right? But now that's all clear. And sorry, what was the second question you asked me there?
So the first question was like, what were some of the questions that you had that we were able to answer for you? And then the second question I asked you was, how far along are you in terms of the next phase? Like, what videos have you watched? What have you done? Just so I
Yeah.
want to.
So, well, I just finished filming the little testimonial, so I guess I'll drop that in the. Is that the value drop, or where do we put that one? Is that the general? Oh, that's the win. Sorry. Yeah.
So yeah, journal entries going there.
Right. Yeah. So I just gotta load it onto my computer here and edit that. And then I watched the niching down, that 30-minute video. So I was able to get through that one. I kind of was driving around picking up the kids while I was listening to it, so I might have to re-listen to that. But I got through that part at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so does that kind of add, did that give you any level of like clarity in terms of like why we're doing and then what's next? Is that kind of helping now?
Yeah, that helped a lot. It was kind of nice to like, because I had all those thoughts about, like, what kind of strategy should I be working, like, because I had potentially a livestock client on one of the sales calls, and I had a counselor, and then I was talking about that woodworker, right? So my mind was kind of like trying to figure out what to do with those people. But now, like, having this closed deal finalized, I'm just like, okay, like that's like a weight lifted. And now I'm starting to see exactly what you were saying, like starting to see the bigger picture of the niching down. And so now, like, my mind's really been thinking about that. And so I was really listening to your conversation with Jorge there, because jiu-jitsu was one of those niches that I was thinking of. But I also have some other niches too that I was thinking of, like we mentioned real estate last time. So I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to kind of figure that out, but I am leaning more towards jiu-jitsu. So
good. I have two in mind that I had for you, and I had a conversation literally with this guy Rich. Speak of the devil. And I want to have a conversation with him about his particular niche and potentially passing that off to somebody that could do the niche, because Rich he was doing a certain niche, had a tremendous amount of success, but then he had a lot of other money come in from another opportunity, and so now he can't focus on that. And so I wanted to kind of put somebody in that spot. But at the end of the day, it's your journey, and I want you to decide for yourself what you want. But there are two that I have in my mind already, based off of all our conversations and everything that I know about you so far. But go through the journey, go through all the exercises, go through training, and let me know what you come up with, and I'll share with you if I think that we're in alignment with a lot of stuff, actually.
Okay.
So
well, yeah, like now I'm interested to hear what you have to say there, because I mean, if it's one of the hesitations I had was like, oh man, like it'd be nice to choose a proven niche to make it kind of easier getting into. And with some of the stuff that like Jorge's been going through, like I'm thinking like even with like my particular club where I train, it's a nonprofit. So I was actually going to sit down with them to kind of, because I don't know any of the business numbers, I don't really understand that aspect of it. So there'd be a learning curve for me there. But I don't think our club's very optimized at all for bringing on new clients. Like if it was a for profit, I think they'd have more incentive to do certain things. And it's like the way that it's ran, and it's kind of all over the place. And so I would see, like with that club, a lot of like, I don't know what the word is, organizational kind of issues, or maybe like
operational issues.
Sorry,
operational issues.
Operational, yeah, exactly. Like they're leaving a lot of money on the table, kind of thing. Yeah. So, yeah. I do kind of, I am like listening to you guys. I do see that as like a big part of this, like building these funnels. You really need to help them with the operational side of things too.
That's I would say that is, if you can help somebody with the operationals part, that is what separates the boys from the men.
Yeah.
But it's here's one thing I want. This is what was going through my mind as I was kind of talking about the stuff earlier at the very beginning. Alex Ramosi, he made a tweet or something about this. I forget where I heard it, and I wanted to share it with you guys. But he said that when he has a conversation with somebody about their business, a lot of businesses come to him and they're at like a 3 to 4x. And he says that doesn't do anything for him. He doesn't care about that. He says that he only gets interested when a business does a 30 to 1. And then he says 30 to 1, I know that I can help that business. I know that we're not at a ceiling. We can grow this. And I'm looking for 100 to 1. And all of my wealth has been built with a 100 to 1.
Hmm.
And so, you know, I can tell you, for example, if I spend, I typically don't like to share this information, but if I spend $8,000 on ads, that's going to bring in about $250,000 for us.
Mm-hmm.
So like, but it took me a long time to figure that shit out. So what does that mean? It's all the stuff I keep going back to.
Yeah.
It's over and over. It's increasing that LTV. It's charging a premium. It's figuring out all that back end stuff.
Yeah.
And so what does that mean? It's like, that has a lot to do with operations. So like, for example, most videographers will come in here and they're cold calling, cold emailing, boom, word of mouth, Instagram, and closing deal for $2,000, $3,000, $5,000. What I'm doing with you guys is I'm completely changing the operations of your business. Like literally what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like I'm changing everything about what you guys are doing. And that's why you guys make more and I make more.
Uh-huh.
So the best businesses, in my experience, you're working, you're not, it's not as simple as figure out a winning offer, run ads with it. It's not.
Right.
If you do that, you become a Joel Kaplan student, which there's nothing wrong with that, but that's not the 30 to 1. That's not the 100 to 1.
Yeah, and like for instance, this actually kind of plays right into like me closing that first deal. I think he really like appreciated the fact that I was, because I had mentioned to him lifetime value, average order, and all that, and he's like, I've never really thought about that, and because I was kind of brainstorming with him, like, well, how can we kind of increase that lifetime value? Because at the moment, you're tuning cars for $350 a pop, which is good, and he gets it done quick. But then after that, like your return on your clients, even if you got an email list going, you know, is it only when they buy a new vehicle, right? Like what else can you sell them? And he's like, yeah, I really gotta like start thinking about, you know, that. And so anyway, that kind of, you know, started building the relationship. And he's like, hey, I want to work with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that makes sense.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Fabletics?
What's that?
Fabletics, the clothing brand?
No.
Well, I think what they do is absolutely shitty, but it makes sense in terms of what they're doing, how they're increasing the lifetime value. So what they do is they promote like 2 for 24. Okay. So 2 for 24. So you basically get 2 pair of shorts for $24. You get 2 shirts for $24. Okay. So that's what they're saying at the ad level. Thank you, Mason. And so Mason's just so 2 for 24. And so then you click on the website, you go to the website, and on the website, you see that's like $60 for some shorts or whatever, 60, 70, I don't want to put percentage there, $60, $70. And then what they do is here's where the secret sauce is. They say, hey, it's $60 for a pair of shorts. But if you get on our membership, you get it for 2 for 24. You get 2 for 24, you get 2 for 19, whatever. And so now what happens is you're basically paying $24, but then also what else do? They say, hey, $100 shipping, you get free shipping with $100, right? So now they're trying to increase the LTV, right? And so this is all like, oh, this is, you know, not ninja level shit. This is pretty industry standard, like $100, get free shipping, cool. I get this. But then what they're doing is every single month they charge you like freaking $50 no matter what. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked. But they charge you $50 no matter what. And the purpose of that $50 is so that you can get a discount on every other thing. And then on the other shit, you get all their discounts instead of paying the full price. And so what are they doing? They figure an ingenious way to increase that lifetime value. It's, I don't know, dumbasses must go for that, but like obviously they're in business and they got Kevin Hart and some of the biggest names in there. And so that just goes to show you like, that's what it is in business, in my experience. It's that stuff. It's figuring out the additional stuff. It's like you getting people to use like a software, and if they use it or don't use it, you're still making affiliate commission. It's all those other things that you can do to get paid. It's creating a payment processor, and every single time they have a transaction, it comes back to you, no matter what, whether they work with you or not. It's all those small little things. And operations is a big part of all that.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So, but yeah, Kyle, other questions that I guess we were talking, other things that, you know, were answered for you that you had questions about?
I don't think so. Like, I think, well, one of the, I guess in terms of onboarding, like I know the onboarding process is going to be a little bit different with this client. And I told him I'd be calling him early this week, and he's all for it. He even sent me the first installment already. So, I think is there an onboarding video that comes from like that you're supposed to send, or is that just through the course? I can't remember if I do remember watching some onboarding.
Yeah, so there's a module on there on how to onboard your clients.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
that's what I created for the guys that just purchased the course. But for you guys, what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to practice what you experience with me.
Mm.
So invite them to Slack, get them access to your entire system. You know, like if you want to write this down, one thing we did is we put my onboarding page into the funnel. So if you download the funnel now, if you come in here and if you guys click in here to download the funnel now, you'll notice there's a page in there that looks just like this onboarding page.
Yeah.
So it's like I want you guys to do that whole thing. I want you to, you know, have that experience and do it the right way. And, you know, I'll say this is what, you know, don't take it from me. This is what Hormozy said is the second most, this is the most important thing he would say in terms of increase LTV and lifetime value and all that stuff. So important.
Yeah.
So I want you guys to I want you to like really like, you know, watch back our onboarding call. I tell people like use this as a template, tweak it up based off of, you know, who he is, communicate, like all this stuff, just practice it so that again, once you've niched down all that stuff, it's a smooth process.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll essentially we'll be giving him something similar to this, right?
Essentially, you'll be doing essentially think about your experience with me, try to replay it and be like, I'm going to do the same thing with him, just tweak it from my case.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Now,
Okay.
what you'll also remember is when you first hopped in, I don't know if it's this link. Okay. When you first hopped in, you had something like this as well, right? And so inside of the funnel, we have something like this for you as well that you'd build out for them. So it's like a video, it's some other stuff. And so you want to send him a link to do all the stuff as well. So there's kind of two onboarding. There's the like mindset behavior onboarding, which is this, right? Which is like just getting them fully bought in, reselling them on why they made the decision, all that stuff. And there's this onboarding, which is like the technical onboarding of getting access to their Facebook, their Instagram, and all that stuff. So you need to do both of those.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. I do remember some of that now.
Good question.
Okay. Well, cool. Yeah. I'm excited. And I got a whole other, like a bunch of material to go through. So I think I'll be good for a little bit.
Anything else, Kyle?
I don't think so. No, not at the moment.
How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah. It's nice to get that win. So that's awesome. And yeah, it's exciting. So I am doing well. And I already got my video done, which I thought would take me a lot longer to do. And it was just easy. So yeah.
Good stuff. I'm excited to see it and hear about that experience with them for sure. It's a new one. It's a most people are not able to close this kind of deal. So I'm excited to hear about it. And I'm excited for the guys to hear about it as well and learn about it.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, I will move on. And then if you have more questions, man, just we'll circle back at the very end. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm gonna actually take a step away for a little bit to eat some food, but then I'll be back.
Cool. Sounds good.
So right on. All right, guys. Thank you.
Riviera.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. So I watched your video. What was the comment I left you? Oh, yeah. The only comment I left you is, are you a dentist? I've noticed that as like a first question for a lot of people because your question is like, are you this type of dentist? And I could totally see people, people saying orthodontist or this or that, and they think that that's the kind of doctor that they want. I could totally see that happening. Whereas if you just straight up are like, are you a dentist or not? They'd be like, no, I guess not. And then they click on no, and that might help.
Mm-hmm. So maybe changing it to something just point blank.
Yeah. And so I think that would help. And then, you know, I'm not sure why he asked like the questions of like, what kind of dentist are you? I mean, if you want to keep that, you certainly can. I feel like just based off of the bottleneck that I'm hearing from you, like just making that shift is like the most important shift you can make for now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, and then the messenger ads, the DMs, they just seem to be like, yeah, everybody I mean, we've already had issues with it not being dentists, but now it's like you can kind of see the Instagram profile because if they go through Messenger or they go through the DMs, then it's like you kind of see their profile. So they're just like, I don't know, some high school kids randomly. They'll just be some just random people. They're definitely not dentists. So and usually for the most part, I guess like when they click on the messenger inbox, like they become a lead and like basically connect me with them. But they'll usually put like no to the I forgot what I had the automated questioning, but Facebook gives you like something to start with, just being like somebody would be with you shortly. Are you a dentist? So I kind of have in the messenger like a just a quick bot that just says, "Are you a dentist?" pretty much. And they'll usually just say no. So I'm just like, why are you here? But that's just a whole other deal. But as far as the other stuff goes, yeah, really weird stuff like AT&T sales manager one time, and then just weird stuff. I've never seen like so many. I don't know why these people are clicking on this ad for for dentists, but it's just very interesting. So I'm not too sure.
Yeah. I in terms of like your experience with DMs and messaging ads, my experience is the exact same. And so I for the life of me, I can't run them. Like whenever I run ads for videographers and Messenger, it just doesn't work. For me, Mason, that's all he does. For him, for his personal trainers, like it's like gangbusters. He won't shut up about it. And I've told Mason like 10 times it never works for me. Um, and then when it comes to lead forms, like I personally never do them either. Mason works for Mason. So I just think it's like industry dependent a lot of times. And so I think with dentists, like I just think this is normal. I do. I really do.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, out of all times I have confirmed a dentist, they've just been Facebook lead form. They weren't Messenger or they weren't IG DM ads. So the few dentists that I have found are real. Still, as much as I call, can't get a hold of, or like I think I had one dentist say stop to back when I did like kind of automated texting. I don't really do that too hard anymore, but they just said like stop to it and then like couldn't get a hold of them on the phone. The other doctor in New York, called Dr. Zuby, interesting name, but I call him all the time and nothing, and he doesn't reply to text. So, but those are two confirmed. Everyone else just seems to be hard to find, and if I do find information on them, it's like I put in their number and it's to a real estate group, or I put in their number and their name and it's like on LinkedIn, it's a sales manager of like a different company. So kind of weird stuff, but
So we have 12. So we have 12 people that have come from lead form so far. 11, 11, 12. Actually 13, 4. We got 14. So 2 out of 14 people are real people so far is what I'm hearing.
yeah, at least that I could confirm.
Yeah. 2 out of 14. 1 out of 7. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Actually, it's not the best, but it could be normal in this industry. Yeah, I kind of told you like my thoughts in terms of like I like the fact that we're getting leads for cheaper here, like substantially cheaper, like insanely cheap, with the stack targeting that we're doing now. So overall, man, like if I were in your position, like we need to spend more money. I think that we're getting closer with this, and then asking that question of no. So I guess the next iteration would be having this ad set right here, but asking are you a dentist, yes or no? Like that's the next iteration. That's the next thing to test out. And from that, like, I don't know what else we can test, honestly, from there. Like, I feel like we've tested just about everything at that point.
Yeah, I feel like other than maybe changing some creative stuff, but I don't know how changing the creative is going to make someone more, I don't know, fish out like random leads versus dental leads. But
Yeah.
but I've seen, people go like, it's like stop scrolling if you're a dentist, and like I can see them trying. I can see, and I've honestly seen that Suk Bonds and stuff. comment section within his ads, and a lot of people are yeah, just requesting consultations with the doctor. So I'm sure he deals with it too. Because there's people in the comments that aren't dentists and they're just like taking up his whole comment section.
Yeah.
So maybe it is some normalcy to it, and maybe he just weeds them out and picks out what he can.
I'm pretty confident it is. It sucks. It's a downside to this niche, but like I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But yeah, if I'm you, man, this is the two pieces of homework I would say is like what we discussed. And the second thing would be to start looking into some of this stuff that we talked about. I feel like that could really work for you. Drew stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And one thing you can, yeah, so I'll have a conversation with Drew. But I feel like this is something I would be looking into in your downtime. Were you here for that part? Yeah, you were here for that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
So those are the two things, man. That's pretty much it in terms of feedback or advice I can give you for the time being. What are some questions that you have for me and Mason?
No, that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, I'll get on that, and yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get that guy onboarded, and this is, yes, this guy's kind of slow in communicating, but I was curious, is like, is there like how what's the easiest way? Because I've done it a few different ways, is to get like someone access to their Facebook manager. I feel like I don't know, like I can't get this guy. I sent a Loom video. I'm like, hey, you just hit this, kind of the one you show us how to do on the CMCC, and just like you hit like what assets to share, right? Or which ones to request or whatever it was. But I was curious if there's like do you just request the assets, like, like request partner assets and then just like click on what you need and then they just hit accept, or
I know Aman uses a specific tool. He's not here, and so like if you want to shoot him a message, maybe he can tell you. He is traveling, so he might be a little slow. I know he uses a third-party software. I don't know if it's worth doing it though. It's like a simple button. You click on it, automatically like connects everything. I don't know exactly what it is.
Okay.
I don't know if it's worth looking at that. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I'll look into that.
Do you have like an alternative route or something that works for you, Mason, that you want to share with Daniel?
Not really. I mean, sometimes like I'll just ask for their username and password if they're cool with it. And then I'll just jump on, do everything that I need to do. And then I'll be like, hey, I'm cool. Like you can change your password. I don't ever need to be on here ever again. Like sometimes that's a lot easier for people as well. But I basically do the same thing that you suggested, Daniel, where you're just like requesting the assets, or it's, you know what I mean? There's no other
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, because I sent it to you right now, Kushik. But yeah, it's like I requested the assets and then like I didn't know he had the ability to change them as well. So it's like I basically requested everything I need, and then he turned off the pixel, turned off the ad account. Like he only like I guess it's like I shared with him like, hey, Take 10 is out asking to requesting access to these features, or these assets, 1, 2, 3, right? And then he only puts like, I guess you could kind of see there, like he didn't allow me to do pixel ad account, and then I texted him like, oh, it seems you modified, or maybe you don't have access to these assets, but let's jump on a Zoom call. But he'll always like deflect and be like, no, how about now? Or this, he keeps wanting to do it through text, but I just keep telling him, I'm like, Zoom is the way to go, like, because he's obviously not getting it. Like we've probably been going back and forth about onboarding for like 2 weeks.
Is he a free to fee trial, or is he a paid client?
He's paid. So he's put in half right now. I just did like a specialty price for 1,000 for them, like a 30-day campaign. And he paid 5. But now he's kind of just been ignoring invoices, but he'll respond to certain things. So if I give him a directive to be like, hey, we just need 2 things from you. One is to pay your invoice, so that way we can continue working on the back end of your launch. And then second from that is we need access to your Facebook assets to finish, right, the Facebook ads. And then I give him kind of directives on how to do that for each. And then he'll just kind of quietly ignore the invoice he'll view it. You can kind of see he views the invoices all the time, and then he'll just respond constantly to the onboarding. But he's very slow to talk back. So I'll email him, I'll text him, and then I'll go back to emailing him. Then he'll never accept my Slack invites to get him on Slack. And then yeah, he just takes forever to text back. Like sometimes it takes 3 days, and I've already double texted, double emailed. And I'm on the point of like curbing him because he's so much like mental energy and strain just to get this guy to freaking finish the Facebook access. And I was at his office filming for some content, and I had access to his computer right there. I see his, I actually got him to open up his Facebook and whatever. And I guess like we were filming on the 13th, and he wasn't off contract with his agency till the 15th. So he didn't want me to like embed myself into the Facebook like as a partner or whatever, because he was scared like the agency that he's going to be with for 2 more days is going to see me in there, which was kind of dumb and annoying. And I didn't want to like squash his beliefs or like tell him like that's kind of dumb, but kind of was. Like it's like who cares, dude, or kick them out. Like you guys are off contract, but technically they're not done till the 15th. So I kind of regret it. I should have pushed on it and been like, hey, like it's not really a big deal if he sees me in there. Like you could just boot him on the 15th, and then that way when I get home from the shoot, right, I can just send it to an editor, and I could, we can start building off on all the Facebook stuff. So I think that's the one thing I would change, is just be more assertive. But I think sometimes when I get hit with new scenarios and situations, I kind of freeze up, and sometimes I'm like, okay, how do I deal with this? Like, but yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out like how do I onboard easier, but maybe it's just a him problem because like you kind of see he'll deny access to certain things that I'm requesting. So I'm like, what the heck?
It's hard for me to give you more concrete advice without like seeing you in action and seeing a few sales calls and onboardings, and from there I can kind of like be like, oh, here's what I would maybe do a little bit different. It could be so there's definitely merit to like things that you can do, but then there's also merit to like, hey, it's just the industry potentially, and like I have multiple dentists that I've worked with over the years, and I know what it's like. So it's just a challenge, and we just have to figure it out. And this is where consulting with other agency owners in the space can help as well, kind of speed
For
up that
sure.
process.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go hard on the Facebook groups. I part of all the Facebook groups he linked now, so just gonna go in there and probably just figure out what to say. But I think you mentioned it, what to say before. I'll have to check back, but
Yeah. Or you message Daniel, he'll tell you specifically what he said.
oh,
He,
okay,
he did great finding a bunch of people.
cool. So
But
it's like a Facebook post.
yeah, it's just like a post. Hey guys, does anybody in here work with dentists? Just had a few questions, love to pick your brain.
Okay, cool.
So
For sure.
yeah, in my experience, they take forever as well. It's really just like, in my experience, it's really just drilling them on your sales calls, on your onboarding, because if you don't, this kind of stuff happens always.
I feel like I did, but I felt like I could have been more like, could have really down to like, could have nailed it down a little bit more.
You give them things that are in their benefit, but then you also put the fear of God into them. You basically say, hey, look, no, I'm serious. Like I tell people, like, hey, if you miss more than 2 coaching calls, you and I meet together and you sign a contract that offers off the table. It is what it is. And so I'm incentivizing them to do the best thing for them. And so those are the kinds of things. Again, it takes a little bit of time to figure out how to do in a way where it's tasteful and you don't like seem like a dick. Just take some time and reps to do. But anyways, questions that you have based. So again, in terms of homework, we talked about the new lead form ad. Let's do that. Have a new page. 2, start looking into potentially like setting up some organic stuff if you have some free time. And when I say organic, I'm talking about like all the stuff with Drew. And then 3, I would say 3 is probably more important than 2, which is like, start reaching out to agency owners just so you can run all this stuff by them and confirm and see their experience. And that's going to help out a lot. So that's what I have for you, man. Questions, comments, concerns, Rivera?
Oh no, that's it for now. But I do have to take off just for some deadlines I got to hit tonight. But yeah, it was super informative. So thank you.
Welcome, man. Cool.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Tony, Adam. Is Adam here or is it just you, Tony? Just lonely, Mr.
Lonely Tony.
Tony today.
Yeah, I like our TNA, by the way. I like that um abbreviation for us.
I got you guys. Always
Thanks.
got M&Ms. What's going
So
on?
yeah, dude, things are, you know what's going on. Things are good.
Really
We
good,
just
yeah.
we closed our quote unquote like $10,000 paid in full guys again. And we were
Okay.
having the exact same problem as Daniel, who just left, was having, just chasing them down. We did a thorough job of onboarding too, I think. I mean, we took your onboarding basically verbatim, and we're just like, hey, do you have any big events coming up? Or, and I've been putting out like, hey, we generally like need like 2 to 3 hours a week for the first month. Right. So, and break it down to like, this is what Monday looks like, Wednesday, and then Friday. And, some people just don't have the time or don't want to put the time in, I think, too.
When you get 10,000, which one is this? Is this the
Metal Consulting, the random people that we just kind of used, right? Our slow burn, who we haven't even started doing ads for yet. We've just been building their digital doorstep, as I put it. And it's been going great. We weren't sure what they thought because they were incommunicative for like the last month of our contract. So we figured we were getting, canned, but they were like, oh, we love what you're doing. Sorry, we've just been busy. We want to re-up. It was as simple as that, right? So just like slow game with them, and our goal is to just keep them on for as long as we can. And we've been building websites and things outside of the course for them, but like also Google My Business and some LinkedIn stuff, but really just trying to get them prepped for ads in general, because their website was like so garbage and their minimum ticket item was like $100,000. So, we were like, we can run ads, but like I wouldn't buy from you, right? So they bought that, and now, we're at like month 3 with them, or month 4 technically, and we're finally going to start like running ads based on some lead lists that we've created for them.
Okay, cool. Do you have like, so regarding all that stuff, like, do you have questions like in particular that I can help you with your situation with them? I mean, from hearing, it kind of sounds like you want to kind of give me an update on that, but like, was there like a specific thing that you feel like I could give you to try with them, or it was more just a thing of like just wanting to let me know?
Yeah, update. It's been a month since we've been in the calls, I guess. So I'm hyped to be back. But yeah, I don't really think we need any guidance yet. I'm sure like long game we could probably use some like macro guidance for sure. But right now, I mean, we just got another like 3-month paid in full, and we're gonna be working on leads and ads and stuff we can send your way. And I know it's a little bit off niche and it's not recommended, and I don't think we're trying to niche down to like metal consulting by any means, but I don't know, if it's just a client that wants to just keep paying us over and over to do minimum amounts of work, it's kind of hard to say no to that.
For sure.
Yep.
Also, the fact that you brought up 4 weeks, most of the guys in here, are they new faces for you, Adam, Tony?
Yeah, no, it's cool to see some new faces and new accents. And Ethan, I see you out there. Yeah, some Australian folks. That's pretty rad. I know the crazy thing, I was thinking, I know one guy from Australia and his name is Michael Booth. So he's like the two other people I know from Australia are combined. So pretty far out.
Yeah.
So in terms of our niche though, I mean, you kind of know what's going on there. What we should be concentrating on. I read over that. That's really, really helpful. Yeah, I think, now that we're at the point where we have basically 5 clients in the niche, it's nice to like think about raising prices a little bit and just fending people off that aren't serious, because it's becoming a bit overwhelming, right? So kind of looking towards the future, I mean, what realistically, I know you say like 30 clients. What's the most that we should like try to take on at once or keep on at once in our niche?
I would say so. well, let's do a backtrack really quick. So you said you're thinking about raising prices. I would say like, so when you say raise prices, like the way I like to think about it is, have I ever gone over like the Fat Piggy framework with you?
Fat Piggy?
Fat Piggy framework.
Maybe early on. I don't know.
So I don't know if I'll run through the whole thing with you, but so I'll just kind of give you like the short, very simple thing is like, okay, so your client and then your bank account. And so the entire, like all I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to get more customers and then increase the value. That's how I look at the game. And so this goes back to fundamentally what I was talking about earlier. And so how do I get more customers? Ads. And then how do I increase the value? Is all that magical stuff like that we're talking about, like upsells, downsells, side sells, the Fabletic stuff. That's it. And so like this is the secret sauce. This right here is a secret sauce. So that's what Hormozi did. So Hormozi like knew the average gym owner was charging, you know, $60. And he was like, how do I get them to charge $2,000 instead of $60? And the reason for that is because all of this, getting customers increase the value, all this money, I'm just funneling it over to me. So for me, it's like, if I want to charge a premium, right? For me to charge a premium, it boils down to how do I get efficient at bringing more customers and then increasing the value. That's it. That's the game. So I just wanted to bring that up because you said something along the lines of, like you said, increasing prices.
Can an 8,000-year-old herb really increase your T, lower your body fat?
My bad. You guys hear that? I'm about to watch that YouTube channel, that YouTube video from Hormozi, and this ad came up. My bad. I know you guys were
At least you guys, at least it wasn't pinned on me. I appreciate that. I'm getting,
yeah,
I'm like,
it wasn't
in the
corn or
group too.
something like that, right?
It's
Damn,
messed
that
up.
would have been wild.
So I guess my question to you is like, when I share that with you is like, when you say you want to increase the price, like that's where my focus would be, Tony, is
adding
focusing
like ridiculous amounts of value before increasing price. Got it.
like that's way more, because if you can increase the price, then now all of a sudden, like what is your average client paying? $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month?
Probably 2,000 on average.
Okay, so when you ask that question of like how many clients can I handle or mitigate, like you can remove that question entirely, because now the average client, you're getting them to pay you on average $5,000 a month or $6,000 a month. So if you can make them pay you $6,000 a month or freaking $10,000 a month for 3 months, now all of a sudden the question of like how many can I handle, we're changing the question entirely.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I meant like here is like, if I'm you, my focus right now is keep the pace you have. If I'm you, and one thing that I'm not terrified by, but like that is a concern of mine. It's not a bad thing, but it's like, just make sure you guys are in the right mindset, is like, you have this client that's got like 10 shops, 10 locations. If I'm you, you are on a ticking time bomb of a clock of figuring out how do you increase value before they actually say yes to you.
Bro, trust me.
Because
they're
right now,
like 60 to 70% of our time on purpose for sure.
and so it's like you can charge $2,000 a month and then have all these people, and then it becomes the worst thing in the world. It could become the worst thing in the world because you figure out how to get the average person to pay you $5,000, and now you're looking at them like, shit, I'm getting $2,000 a month from every, you know what I mean? Like it right now it sounds good, but that could be the downside. And so if I'm you, I'm focusing on just like service delivery right now, and I'm taking on clients at a regular pace. If I'm you, just take on, like me, for example, I could probably scale up more, but for me, maybe you've noticed this, 2 clients a month. Every other week, I'm trying to bring one person in and I'm learning a tremendous amount. That's all I care about. All I care about is I'm focused on the back end. All I care about is giving you guys a tremendous amount of value, building a long-term relationship. And that's all I care about. And then once I'm in a place where like, I feel like I've maximized that, well, then maybe like, I'll tell you right now what my plan is. My plan right now is, once I have figured it out, all that, I'm going to bring somebody else in, like Mason or somebody else, who's going to do all the stuff, I'm doing with you guys right now, all that stuff. And I'm just going to focus on the back end. So once somebody has niched down, I'm just going to focus on that. Those are the only conversations I'll be having with people once they've niched down. So anyways, I hope that makes sense. Like that's where I would be focusing if I were you guys. So
Reps and less money changing and less about like volume. I mean, we just keep getting leads and we're going to close, we're onboarding our fifth next week. So we're at this point, like, do we just keep trying to close people over and over? I know you maybe answered that in your own way, but I'm going to ask you again. Should we keep trying to close people continuously, or should we just like hold our breath at 5 and over deliver for dude with the 10? But maybe maybe I misheard you, and maybe you were saying don't weigh out too much about the guy with the 10, because if you offer him a $2,000 per location and you figure out that you can get $5,000 per client per month, because that, as I mentioned before, I mean, that would be my goal would be to get like all 10 locations at 2,000 a month. It's 200 a year, just like gross, right?
I think it's too risky, honestly. Like I think
which part?
Having 10 of those people come in and relying on them, and then something shit hits the fan or whatever, and there's a huge, right? We talk about decentralization. You're centralizing everything. The risk is very high, right? So it's like I know it's like you guys have this thing, this beautiful thing that's potential, but it's like I just want to make sure you guys are safe in other ways, so that if that hits the fan or that happens, you guys are gonna be more so what was I gonna say? So how many clients on average are you closing a month right now?
Well, dog groomer clients. I mean, we've come up on basically, I think it's been a month and a half since we started running ads. I think maybe less, honestly. Maybe it's been 1 month exactly. So we've closed 5 in 1 month, let's say.
Okay. Second question is, do you feel like you're constantly learning in terms of service delivery, or do you feel like you've kind of sort of like plateaued?
Wow. No, I mean, I could do this, now that we're like selling freaking $30 ticket items and like nail trims and things that are like obsolete to just random ass people in Minnesota. I have a lot to learn still. You know what I mean? For sure.
Okay. So I'm going to focus on doing that and learning, and then figuring out how to charge high ticket. So I want to share something with you that me and Aman just came across. So what he would do is he was kind of in your shoes, where he was like this offer and that offer and this offer and that offer, a Botox offer, a lipo offer, this offer, all these low ticket offers, and they ultimately funnel to a high ticket thing. And that's how he's basically helping people. He's bringing all these people for cheap costs, and he's trying to get them to sell a high ticket thing. And it's just all over the place. Every single client, every single package, it was just a nightmare. Right. And I was like, we have to have a playbook. And so we did a bunch of research, and I found this guy. And so I'm going to butcher this. I'm not going to get it right 100%, but like it's like a free Botox offer, okay? Free Botox. And then when people click on the ad, what they realize is that you get 1 Botox free if you pay for 2. Okay? So they click on it. So it says free Botox, hence why the click is so cheap. And then I think either at the ad level, or once it says thank you, it says, hey, it's free, but you got to pay for 2. And then you're going to have a conversation. And then from there, they have a console. And then from the console, they're selling either a high ticket thing, or I think they're selling like a membership, something like that. And so it's insane how the numbers work. And again, it goes back to the fundamental principle of increased lifetime value, and this is what you guys should be focusing on, this. And so now what we're doing is every single conversation we have, we're basically selling people on here. This is how our machine works. Do you have Botox? Yes or no? If you have it, okay, we can work with you. And so that's the machine. And now what we're going to do is, once we have maximized this and we've ran this play a bajillion times for a bunch of different medical spas, and we've really mastered it, the next step is, as we're doing that, we're creating course material. We're systematizing it so that he's not hopping on a bunch of calls, a bunch of onboarding calls, a bunch of launch calls. The machine is the machine. This is like my free video commercial. It's kind of like the bait and switch, the free video commercial, but with the purchase of all this other stuff, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a weight loss thing eventually. And so this is going to be like, one, get something for free, and then whatever, right? But my point is, like, this is what I would figure out if I were you. Your situation, literally the words that just came out of your mouth sound very similar to what Aman was doing, which he was selling this offer and that offer and this offer and this offer. And again, I don't know if that's what you're doing, but it's like creating one machine and being relentless in selling that machine. And it's so crucial because you met Johnny, I think, and you saw his situation. I think. And Michael, the other day, hopped in and he said his ads were going great, but then the ads were all rejected. And so it's like you build the machine out and you hope that everything works to a T. But in the event that it doesn't work, you have bad stuff that happens. And so you need to see all these scenarios and you need to be able to mitigate that. So how was I able to mitigate this? Because I've had this issue happen in the past and I have an SOP for it. So that's what I would do if I were you guys, is like build out that one playbook that works for everybody, that increases the lifetime value as much as possible. Just that's where my mind would be. And so I would take on a client, like if I'm you guys, one client a month or 2 clients a month while you're figuring it out. So what's going to happen is you're going to figure out the machine, right? The idea is to figure out the machine. And the machine means you're talking to all the customers, all the people that are signing up for the ads. But then you're also having variances in personality types. So these are variances in personality types. So that's the goal. So you figure out the machine. So you have a bunch of customers and then you try that machine on a bunch of people. So you have variances. And that's what I'd be focused on if I were you guys. And again, increase the lifetime value. Once you have that, now it becomes, okay, how much volume do we want to do? Questions, comments, concerns, thoughts about that, Tony?
No, that makes sense. I mean, that's kind of like our big whale's end game is to like do membership, right? So we were thinking of like assisting him with that anyway. But that's a really good call. And like I think thinking outside of the box of like absurd numbers like Hormozi did, where you just guess like $2,000 as like the ticket item instead of 60 and just figure out how to get there, like backwards engineer from there. So yeah, that makes sense. You know, it'd be really awesome to figure out like a membership plan that like worked for any groomer for sure.
So that another play is a different way to do something similar is just like to divide your offers into like quarters. So you have something that you run for 3 months, and then you run for 3 months, and you run for 3 months. And so you're not focused on like a crazy high LTV, like Hormozi with the 100 to 1 or whatever, but rather how do I just keep delivering results for these pet groomers so that I can keep getting the results. And this was Dion's strategy. Dion Vitigos, he's inside the Sun Market Chico, he's inside the database. He does podiatrists, and that's his strategy. So he's kept some clients on for like 2-3 years, and all he's doing is he's rotating between offers. And so he's kind of settled in on it. Instead of trying to charge like 30 grand up front, like Hormozi or something, he just said, okay, I'm just going to charge, $1,500 a month, and I'm going to keep somebody on for like 40 months. Same thing. It's just a long game. So those are the 2 options, or you can Frankenstein them together.
And you mean like the offer for the actual like groomer themselves, for instance. So the 3 months would be like $10 off this, and then like the next 3 months would be like a $20 something, and then the third month would be like a free leash with like purchase of blank, and then whatever. Got it. Cool.
And then the idea is that, and so remember at the very beginning of the call where I explained how Jorge's cost is radically higher, or it's $20 versus $10 because of the saturation. So the idea is that every single offer finds a different type of person. So that's why this is like teeth whitening, Invisalign, and so. So it's like completely different like services offers, different pain points that you're solving for. Because because that's what's going to allow you to get results for 4 quarters. And then by the time you do this offer again, the population is repopulated with people that have this problem. So if this is teeth whitening, I'm going to get everybody in all of autumn, spring. So autumn, and then winter's going to happen, spring's going to happen, summer's going to happen. Then by the time I hit autumn again, I got people that want white teeth. I need people who have moved in here, have that problem. They want white teeth. That's the psychology behind it.
So, I mean, my last thing is like, you kind of know where we're at with this big client, and you kind of alluded to, it's like, it might be a backfire if we end up taking on all 10 and we have like 10 different communications. We would not, just to be clear, we wouldn't take them on as like a done for you client, right? We'd have to get to the point where we have enough course material to like train their call center, toss that, and then send all the leads that way. So we would still be in communication with someone at each location to some degree, but we wouldn't be taking any calls. But knowing that that's our plan, and knowing that you are a little bit gun shy to that, which I totally understand, what would you do?
When you say what would I do, what do you mean by that? Like, what would I do in terms of?
Do you just keep the course and like see how far you can take them? Like or like because I think that he keeps looking macro, and I think that like last loom I sent him had to look macro on purpose. Be like, this is why we're doing this, right? This is sort of future proofing for your call center, and we're like creating course material, we're creating recordings, we're creating scripts, et cetera, et cetera. So what would your play be? Just like stick with one location and say F the other 10, or like, if that comes up, because it's 2 months away, right? So we have 2 months until the point where he has to re-up. And chances are he's going to want to at least have like a bigger meeting about what it looks like if we take over all 10.
Okay. So I think like I said, I think it's a great thing. And maybe my languaging and just what's coming off is like, I guess what it should be is cautious, not like what's a bad thing, just cautious. And, I've seen good things turn to bad things, right? I'll be honest with you, like I used to offer $400 a month for people to re-up, and now I regret it, right? Like I regret it because I know what we do here. And so now, and I'll just share it with you right now. I haven't shared this with you. So we used to do $5,000 for 3 months. And now what I've realized is I need people to stay on for 6 months to get them in a place where so if people stay on for 3 months, they go for another 3 months. So people stay on for 3 months. To go on for another 3 months, they usually haven't made enough profit for them to justify paying another re-up. And then 2, I can't bet on them and do a profit share deal because they don't have enough skills. So what does that mean? That means they need to stay on for 6 months. So what I've done is I've shifted it from 5 months to 6 months, and I'm offering a discount for the 6 months. So instead of $5,000 for 3 months, it's $7,000 for 6 months now. And the goal of doing that is now, if I get somebody for 6 months, they're here for life. That's what I've realized, right? If I look at Aman, I know we're going to be working together in some capacity for until he's healthy, I'm healthy, right? I've learned that about certain people. And my goal is to get as many people as I can there. So what do I mean by that? I used to look at $400 a month and be like, fuck yeah. Now I'm like, that pisses me off, right? And so that's what I mean is like, I'm trying to save you guys from making that mistake. So you might sit there and be like, hey, $2,000 a month is great. You don't know until you become better yourself. And once you become better, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot and be like, fuck, I wish I hadn't taken $2,000 a month. That's all I'm saying is we don't know that yet. We don't know your journey yet. So what I would do if I were in your shoes though, is I would keep doing what you're doing. Again, like I said, I would focus on what I suggested focusing on, figure out LTV. If you figure out that out, everything else becomes easier because you get to charge a premium and all that stuff. And then if you have a conversation with them, I like the idea of you guys providing the course material and providing that and providing consulting. And they have to basically, they have to pay you for the course itself. That could be a thing that you put in there. So whether they work with you or not, they have to pay for the course material. So I know Prab Mangit does this. So he charges people for the course a monthly thing. So that's one thing I would do. I would create the course material, bring it up that way and say, hey, look, regardless of whether we work together or not in the future, this is the course. You can keep that forever. We've created a way that it's your team's going to be good forever. And then another thing I think I would do if I were in your shoes is I would, and you've probably already thought about this, is like I would onboard them like 1 or 2 at a time, or like onboard 1 and then onboard 2 and then onboard 3, like do it that way. Instead of bringing them all on. So you're doing a slower rollout. So you have one location, they have 10, right? 10 other ones.
Oh, got it. In terms of that one conglomerate. Yeah, I got you.
So rolling out to like one location first, and then 2 more, and then 3 more. This way, things are smooth. That's the other thing I would do.
That makes sense. Okay. And then like, this is probably something I just need to do my own personal research on, but I think we're at the point where like our gym client that's the carryover, probably could have used like a white label, right? Like we had to like jump up on a high level to handle all these sub accounts in terms of like our monthly. Do you guys have much experience with white labeling with Go High Level, or do you have anywhere we should like look into that, or course material we should look into like white labeling for future stuff?
When you say white labeling, do you mean like the Go High Level is under your brand? Is that kind of what you mean? Or do you mean like you're outsourcing some service or something?
Yeah, because I mean, if we're gonna turn, you know, we gave our gym client access to GHL. It is what it is. Like if we lose her, it's cool. She's already like in the circle of trust, right? So we made her a not an admin, but like user, I think is how it was, right? But I'm sure she could see stuff that we didn't want her to see. So I was just wondering about the process because I'm completely like I understand what white labeling is, but I don't exactly know how that works in terms of like if we were to bring that to a dog grooming client, we'd want it to be like Dog Groomer USA or Dog Grooming Marketing USA bullshit app name, right? And then like kind of our material on that. So, do you have any like sort of experience with white labeling?
Mason, did you hear Tony by any chance?
Yeah, so it's not worth doing, Tony, because in order to white label, you need to do the $4.99 a month version. And if you're only going to use one client, it's just not going to make any sense to do it.
Okay.
What you can do though is you can generate an affiliate link for her and just have her create her own account, I guess, and then just get a referral fee off that. And then that'll just be month to month for you guys, and then you're not gonna have to deal with anything. So you can like still have access to it and have them own it or whatever and have them pay for the software. Like
Mhm.
you could do that. I guess that would be like a way that you can get a little bit of cash from doing it. You'll probably get
I
like
was
four.
trying to like more so gatekeep from them like just taking our ideas and ripping them off.
Like, what do you mean? Like the only thing, I mean, yeah, like there's nothing you can do unless you're gonna have like multiple accounts underneath like one white label thing, because the whole point of white labeling is doing it like into mass, like to do it as many times as humanly possible, right? So
Right.
for like one person, it just doesn't make any sense. So like, for example, it would work for Kashik because he could use his templates and like his funnel and his stuff. Like he obviously doesn't do that, but like it's just like a very hands-off thing. So like if you're gonna white label anything, like they're gonna steal anything from you anyway. Like it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So in my opinion, I personally wouldn't go down that route because it doesn't make any sense for you. Does that answer your question? Or you're kind of like talking and then like shutting your mouth and then talking and then shutting your mouth. So I'm just it looks like there's a thought there. I just want to make sure that I helped the best I could.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so there's basically nothing we can do to have someone not rip off our IP. Like when we get to the point of like selling the IP, like
Like, I
is it
mean, what access did you give her? Because you can take access away from her.
I'm not worried about the gym client at all. Like again, if she like dips out next month, it's awesome that we kept her this long, right?
Mhm.
It's
Tony,
more about like future proofing ourselves when this probably needs to happen with like we already have somebody with like multiple franchises besides the whale, right? So there's already instances where we have like 2 or 3 different locations per client, and like other people are going to need access to I'm guessing like the CRM and like within GHL and like to provide them with um the information they
I don't think anyone's gonna do anything along the lines of that. As long as you're getting them good results, and then just for each location, you just have one person assigned as manager, and then you're just assigning them certain things that they have access and not have access to. So, for example, like they're not gonna, dude, they're not, they shouldn't have access to automations. They're gonna have no fucking clue how to build your shit out.
Mhm.
Like, like they're not gonna know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
yeah, you can give them full access, but like for me, like the only thing that I give them access to is like opportunities and contacts. Like I don't literally give them access to anything else. Like I won't let them see the funnels. I won't let them see anything along the lines of that.
Yeah,
So
maybe that's my hang up is that I didn't really do any research on like giving a client access to GHL at all. So I just assumed that like most people were white labeling. But I've never even looked into like what that's supposed to look like.
I mean, if you want, so like it sounds like you just kind of quickly went in and gave her access. So I can
Mhm.
show you how to only give her them access to certain things. So it's just maximum efficient for you because a lot of the times, like I don't know, specifically for me, I just don't want people clicking around and fucking with my shit.
Yeah.
Like I don't want that. Oh, like let's go look at the automations. Then they're gonna like click shit, and I'm like, dude, I built this out. Now I gotta troubleshoot what the fuck you tried to do. Like I don't want that. Like that's a headache, right? So it's like just give them access to the super basic shit where it's just like you take that and then in the onboarding you're like, hey, this is what you do here, and then this is what you do here. This is all you're responsible of. We're gonna take care of everything else in terms of the automations, the funnels, everything. So you don't have to worry ever about any of that.
Cool. Cool. Awesome. Thanks. That answers my question.
Tony, what else you got for us, man?
Stoked to be back, man. Nice to see some new faces and excited that like things are moving in the right direction. So we're just gonna keep it going.
I wish you were here last week. Last week was a little bit quiet, and we had Camilo and Michael hop in, and it was like literally just like us, like it was like four of us. And I was like, I promise you that we got some OG guys, and there's this really cool Adam guy and Tony guy, and I want you to meet him. And so I think maybe next time it was just kind of running through everybody, and then it wasn't until me and you spoke, and you're like, dude, this is my first time back here. And like, well, I'm like, oh shit, he's right. And so I'd love to potentially maybe like, have a conversation with some of the newer guys, younger guys. MJ, have you met? Oh yeah, you did meet. Yeah, you did meet Tony. But I think it'd be cool, maybe next week if you're here next week and kind of just like having a conversation with some of the older guys, some of the newer guys, and kind of like sharing your story could be inspiring for those guys, I think.
Yeah,
For example,
we're back, baby. I'd love to do that. That'd be awesome.
cool. But yeah, man, it's good, man. You guys are crushing it. I mean, there's nothing to say other than like kudos. You guys have good problems. I mean, I'm sure time is not the thing that you have a whole bunch of, but the fact that you guys have everything firing all four cylinders, it's good, man. Anything at all that you feel like we could chop it up about, help you out for this week going to next week? Or
I mean, my problems would extend to 6 a.m., Eastern Standard Time. So we don't have time for that. And I appreciate everything. And I just, tackling like 4 or 5 things at once is enough for me. And, kind of cool down and take another breath and see what this week brings and bring the new stuff to you guys next time.
sounds good, man. All right. How's Adam doing?
He's
Where's
good,
he?
man.
Did he move? Did
Yeah,
he
where
move?
is he? Where is this guy?
He's
I
in
feel like
Camp
I've
Lejeune, North
never-
Carolina right now, working for a Marines commercial. So I got him a gig out of the gate, like a really cushy, like solid day rate gig, just like doing locations. So like immediately when he moved out, he was getting like tons and tons of money. So he's just kind of sucking up cash, and that'll just ensure that he doesn't bother me for paychecks for like the first month.
Smart move, smart play.
Cool. Don't let him see this. Erase that part. Erase
Yeah,
that part.
yeah. I'm gonna try to reach out to Loom customer support and
Blackmail. Blackmail.
I'm ending this. See you. No, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. It's good to be back.
MJ, are you in a rush, or I think next we had Ethan.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Ethan, hope you're feeling
Hello
better.
there. I am. It's much better. So this was a really unique experience when I was sick because I had a really bad fever for a couple days, and like I was just stuck in bed. I could barely move, like 101, 102 temperature. And then it went away. And then I lost my sense of smell, and I was all stuffy in my nose. And it was like these two different sicknesses, it felt like. So it was definitely COVID. But some sort of unique strain that I had never experienced before. But yeah, I'm back to full health for the most part. So yeah.
Good. Yeah, I felt like death for a while as well. I felt like I had like swords stabbing my throat for like 3 weeks. I've never had that in my entire life.
Man.
So I don't know, some weird stuff's going on. But anyways, what's
I
up,
don't want
man?
to be I don't want to be weird, but you should see this rash that I got, dude.
Oh,
It was
Yo.
crazy, bro. It was crazy.
Whenever someone starts with "I don't want to be weird," it's gonna
Yo,
be bad.
hold on.
That's
Just
how
for
you
one
know.
second. Just for 1 second. Hold on. Let me pull up the picture. I showed Koshik. He's like, what the fuck? This is like when it first started, so it wasn't as bad. But check this out. Can you see it or no?
hard
Hold
to
it
see.
closer because you're really white.
The red part. Can you see?
Oh yeah, I see it now. Oh man, It looks like you've got like sunscreen, like you put some kind of sunscreen on.
Bro, my
haven't
entire body, dude.
That's
Like
tough.
bad. But yeah, all right, no more weird shit.
Something weird.
Was that also from COVID too, or no, something else?
Nah, dude, I was just like, I was sitting on the couch and I was just like, wow, I'm kind of itchy. And I went to the bathroom and I took my shirt off and I was like, damn, like, this is probably not the best thing ever. And then I watched it spread down my legs and I was like, oh shit, like, this is not good. And they got like, my whole skin got like textured and bumpy, like warts and stuff. I was like, I'm literally turning into a frog, like in the matter of minutes. It was disgusting, but yeah, enough about that.
Did you get a diagnosis for that, or just
Did I
went away?
see a what for that? Oh, I don't
A
know what it was. I don't know what it was from. Like like oh, like did you eat anything different? I'm like, no. Like, are you experiencing stress? And I'm like, every day. And they're like, you know what I mean? Like, it was just a cycle of I don't know. I don't know what caused it, but I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I didn't use like different deodorant. I didn't use different like body wash or something like that. But um my skin's just super sensitive. Like, dude, look at me now. Like, I'm a ghost as it is. You know what I mean? So, like, my skin is just very, yeah. So,
Anyways, I'm glad everybody's alive and healthy now.
Yes, we're all back. We're back and ready to move. Definitely.
So, speaking of moving, I left you some comments. Have you had? Hopefully, you had a chance to read them. Yeah. I guess what's bringing your head now based off of that information.
I mean, honestly, I just have to get through these next 2 weeks of finals, and then I've been working on some new like scripts and write-ups and ideas for new ads to get moving. It's not really optimal to film them here just because the dorm room is not super attractive, so I'm more inclined to just wait till I get back home for a better background or whatnot. But I've been doing some research in terms of just looking at ads on Facebook, seeing what people are doing. So I have a handful. I've just been screen recording them, and so I have some good ideas for what I want to test. And I'll probably, just based on off of what you said, probably put together a handful of ads. Some of them are super straightforward. I can share them with you potentially, but yeah, they're just various creatives that I just want to test and see if I can get some more clients from there. What's up, Tony?
Do you have any weddings coming up?
I do have a few weddings. I have a couple weddings the end of May, yeah. And I actually just had one this past weekend.
Dude,
my friend did some BTS, but we didn't do anything like specific.
I would like have like selfie, sorry to interrupt, but like selfie like cell phone with the whole like shit in the background and just be like, are you a wedding videographer? Like, just do that shit on the fly, dude. It doesn't even matter if it like looks good. It's gonna be so much more effective if you're like at a wedding with your gear. Dude, that's end game, man. Just shoot it there and no one even has to know. Don't even ask permission. Just freaking no one, like, tell them you're FaceTiming your girlfriend or something, you know?
Yeah. That's crazy. I did do some recording, but I didn't do like an ad like that. I did just do some like BTS recording. So that's funny that you say that. I'm gonna write that down because I'm actually so embarrassed that I did not think of that beforehand. So I appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
bit of advice. I'm definitely gonna try that out as well.
Cool.
It's a good note. Appreciate that. But yeah, in terms of getting the ads, I mean, 2 weeks, I'm just trying to soak up college as much as possible. Just hang out with friends. I'm probably not going to see a lot of these people ever again, so I just want to enjoy my time. And then I'll get home and nose to the grindstone. Honestly, I have scheduled a handful of shoots and different commitments and stuff for the end of May into the rest of June. So I really just want to really buckle down and focus on this literally full time. I don't have any like internships or any jobs lined up. I'm very confident just at the rate I'm going with my current business and hopefully keep this going up, that I can enjoy my life and make enough money to live the life that I want to live. So yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. I'm still, it's definitely been difficult for the past few weeks in terms of like getting leads and spending money and not seeing too many results or getting fake people booking. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, everything's good. I have a pretty good game plan, a pretty good strategy. So I think I'm in a good spot for the most part. Unfortunately, I didn't have that 5 booked clients by this past call, but not everyone can do it as good as Tony and Adam. But yeah, doing my best out here.
Tony, question. Approximately how many leads do you guys have for your funnel? Your niche funnel? How many leads have you generated approximately? And then of that, what percentage of them would you say are like trolls, fake comments, like fake people, like trolls or fake opt-ins? The reason I bring that up is like that's been a huge issue for Ethan. And I think just hearing it from you, I think will put into perspective like what is and is not normal.
Dude, I don't know if we're a good subject for that. Then I don't know if we're good control.
It's okay.
We've gotten like I would guess like 90% of the people were actually like pet groomer owners.
So it was a pretty high conclusion.
Really high. I think we've gotten, I mean, I was going to reiterate when you were like, oh, 5 clients. I mean, it's kind of dumb luck too. And their ticket items are a lot lower as well. You have to consider that. But let me look at our numbers real quick. I do think that like maybe 60% of the people we've gotten a hold of. Let me see, 14 through 29. I think that's when we started. So we've had around 56 total leads.
Wow.
I would guess that, and that was from 3/14 till today. So that's a month and a half exactly.
What's your cost per lead?
So I think we're around $20, averaging around $20, let's say. We were at like a little lower when we started. Actually, yeah, we were at a little lower when we started and it's gone up a little bit.
That's insane. And so you're closing, or you close 5 and you have 50 leads or so. So you're closing what? It's like a 10% conversion rate. Well, a little bit more because you said 60%. So like almost like a 20% conversion rate on the people that you get a hold of. Something like that. That's sweet.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
those
there's
are
plenty of people though. I mean, to Koishik's point, like I think that there's plenty of people that we didn't get a hold of or were garbage or like, I mean, one thing that was just plaguing us in the beginning was I felt like everyone was funnel hacking us, and I think I was right. I think that people like in like a certain like area were just like, I need to figure out what this dude's doing, like Florida and California specifically. They were just like there to like, and they were like angry about it. They were drilling me about it. They were like getting me to the bottom line. They were just like pissed off. And I'm like, by the end of the call, I was like, shit, I just gave him everything. And I talked to Koishik about this a few times. I was like, what am I doing wrong? Like, what's too much? What's giving away like everything, without getting the sale or whatever. And that was a huge hang up, I think we just got on a roll. We closed we closed 3 people in one day. So that was like absurd, right? We had 3 onboardings the next Monday on the exact same day, which was probably a mistake as well. But, we just kind of needed to do it. And yeah, dude, I mean, I personally, I think you have a great I think you have a great idea. I think that maybe like he might be right that your ad could use like just a flip, just do something extreme, just do something out there and just freaking go for it. And you got to think about who your clients are. I mean, they're already making amazing content. So if your shit doesn't look amazing, they're gonna be like, fuck this guy.
No,
They're making like brides go crazy over their $5,000 to $8,000 weddings with like these, beautiful like Ari Alexas or red camera shoots. You got to kind of think in that term too.
No, definitely. I definitely the first one was just a concept test, and I got it out of my system, but now really need to buckle down and focus and try some new stuff and split tests and get more creative with it. Like there's that one guy who keeps coming up in conversation. I screen recorded one of his. Let me find it real quick. But his stuff is like really, really impressive. Grayson Lupas, this guy. Like
Yeah,
his he always retargets me, and they're really, really great. They're super like intriguing. The text is really like out there. There's good transitions. And it's super like engaging. So I'm definitely gonna take some inspiration from a few of those guys and get it more cinematic and more exciting. And then of course I need to record some stuff. Like how did you word it specifically, Koshik? I made notes of it here. So, 1 second. Like selling the method. I need to make videos for my Instagram of selling the method and kind of replicate the one that you had shared with me, Koshik, just so I can direct it to new leads and stuff. So like I said, I have a lot of work cut out. I'm pretty sure I have like a good idea of the next steps I need to take to make it happen. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Good. Yeah, man. I hope that made sense. Is like just the visual is like you have like, let's say add 1, 2, 3, and you're gonna take them to a calendar page. And then from the calendar page, you have a thank you page.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the same thing. Add, same thing, and then same thing. And so what I mean by that is like each of these is different. So this is basically the angle of the destination weddings. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the angle of, hey, we're gonna set up your funnel, set up your ass, set up everything, generate leads for you, and then you only pay us if once you get paid. Completely different angle, right? This is for people that want destination wedding. This is for people that want like that, whatever they want. And then this is a completely different angle. And so you have like multiple ads, like you have like 3 different kinds of ads that come here, 3 different kind of ads that come here. And then what we do is we're going to see which one of these works. What does the market want? Does the market want this destination wedding stuff? Does the market want this where you completely do done for you, where you don't charge them until they make money? Or do they want something else where it's like, hey, you know, like that one guy, spend $5 per day and then we'll get you $5,000 plus, you know, increase your revenue by 5, right? Which one of these angles is working? That's what I would do. And then what's going to happen is one of these is going to click for you. And again, just like do your best when it comes to these ads, like really, you know, try to get them very polished and just do your best. You know, Tony said in terms of like, hey, you're talking to creators, like totally.
Watch your language. You got young kids just observing, going to bed. All right, sorry.
Good.
In terms of those 3 ads for each one, you're saying create different ads like for each of those angles?
Yeah. So
Okay.
for example, like let's say for example, you had the destination stuff. So one ad could be literally what Tony said. You whip out your phone, you say, hey guys, here I'm in Spain, and you can see I don't have a Spanish accent. It's because I'm based in the United States, and this is a destination wedding. I'll show you how to do all of them. And then you have one that's like super polished, like Tony's, and that's like super polished, very funny. And then you have one that's like maybe I don't know, like what it would be. I don't know, a photo type or graphic or something like that. I don't know, but completely different as you can see. But all of them goes to counter page for people that want to do destination weddings. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So the question becomes, I want destination weddings, right? These people that would go through this funnel, they all want destination. And it's just a matter of who, like what resonates with them. Some people are going to want to see you in a background. That's what's going to sell them. Some people are going to want something that's high polished, it's funny, that's going to sell them on your personality, like Tony and Adam. And then something else, I don't know, like you know what I mean? Like different kinds of people. And so the idea is to figure out which one of these 3 work the best for you, and then which messaging works for these kinds of people. That's the goal. And you're going to find something. You just have to throw out enough hooks, and then you're going to find something that works.
Yeah, I like that analogy. I definitely need to get more content out there, spend more money on ads. Yeah, it sounds like a good plan that all makes perfect sense.
Focus on that. It's the most important thing to focus on. Like the Instagram content, all that stuff, like that's important, but like this is the most important thing for now. Figure that out consistently, get like, you know, $5, $10, $15, $20 leads. $50 up to $50 to book a ball. And then from there, I think you're chilling.
Sweet. Awesome.
Anything else that I can give you?
I think, I think that's everything. I just need to commit to more action and really get the ball moving on that. It'll probably be, I'm gonna just continue the brainstorm process until I get back on May 12th. And then I'm really gonna kick it in high gear and start doing like reporting the ads and doing the editing and that sort of stuff. And then I have a wedding on the 20th, so I'll definitely plan to do some ads while I'm there to get that creative component. But yeah, and I also have the wedding in Portugal on July 6th. So I'll
Sick.
definitely make sure. Yeah,
Which
it's
part of
fire.
Portugal?
Somewhere on the West Coast. Honestly, I have the location all written up. I just don't remember specifically.
Oh man,
But
that's
it's like
awesome.
it's just above Lisbon. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm stoked for that.
Hit me up for some info. I got a film into a film festival there, and they flew me out for like 2 weeks for a short, and I got to go up and down the coast and surf and party,
Wow.
and it's a fantastic country. So you'll have a blast.
Sweet. Yeah. No, I've only heard good things of Portugal, so I'm stoked to go.
Cool.
Yeah.
And
But
anything
yeah,
else?
that's where I'm at right now. And yeah, life is good. Just keep buying more crypto, keep working on business.
Yeah. Let me answer MJ, and then if you want to talk crypto, you can talk crypto.
That's it. Okay.
But no, sounds good, man. And obviously we're here, let's, I know you're busy with the last 2 weeks, but whatever we can do for you, just ask questions, let us know, okay?
Yeah, sounds good. Is there anything we need to do from this point on, from here?
Nope. That's pretty much it, man. I'll touch base with you, towards the tail end of the week. I'll send you a Loom video. Just kind of recap, like, here's what's transpired in the 3 months. Here's what I saw were the strengths. Here's what I saw as weaknesses. Same thing I gave Tony and Adam. I give that to everybody, just kind of like recap, like based off of the 3 months that we were together, here's what I've noticed. And then thing for you to be like, okay, that makes sense, doesn't make sense. I think that this is a strong suit. This is something I should lean into. And then I just kind of tell you like, here's what I would focus on if I were you next, kind of give you a plan of action. That's pretty much it. And from there,
Amazing.
and that's that.
Sounds
Cool.
good. Works for
Cool.
me.
Cool, man. MJ, how you doing?
Doing okay. Just
You okay?
hanging in there, I guess. Yeah.
You all right? What's going on, man?
Nothing much. I think yeah, like this week has been quite the, up and down, I guess based on some of the things that, we had discussed in when we jumped on the onboarding initially, but so far so good. I feel like I'm coming off like a really tough week. I'm just trying to settle back into things for the most part. Had a bunch of stuff to do and get done. And I think I've done, most of it, the things that were pending on my plate. And yeah, so hopefully I can start seeing some normalcy back here in this coming weeks. So yeah, at least from my end here, it doesn't seem like things are going super great, but I don't know what's normal. So that's just me going over what's, currently happening to me in terms of going from, I think maybe, four sales calls were supposed to happen as of last week per se. I think is it 4 or 5? And I have been chatting with you and Mason at the back end on our chat, so I've been keeping you updated in regards to that. So I've only had one, right? So based on where I'm supposed to be on the schedule and stuff, what I'm supposed to be doing, I've only had one. I've had a no call, no show as well, and I have had two reschedules. And the second one has only mentioned the reschedule, and I followed up to see how I can reschedule that, but they haven't gotten back to me yet. Probably a few things that is going on in my mind that I still want to follow up with them again, is possible that, you know, they have been complaining about like network being shitty, and it was even clear when I wanted to get on a call with them for the sales call on Zoom that, you know, they were kind of like away. So I know that's, you know, a bit of the challenge there. So then I'm sort of coming into this week to hopefully have a few more sales calls that are scheduled for this week. I think maybe there are two or three. I have to confirm on my back end there. I have done my two liners for the person that I'm supposed to speak with tomorrow. And I haven't gotten a response yet. So from my end of things here, I am thinking, based on what I had said in our chat previously, that yeah, I don't know that the closing of the sales calls, or at least bringing people into the sales calls, are happening the way that it should. So my feedback from that is like, I need to try and make sure that moving on with whatever discovery calls I have from here onward, that I'm integrating a way to just keep warming them up, either using the strategy that you mentioned in the video about you know, making sure that I set up the idea that I'm going to send them something over the week or what have you, so that, you know, I'm not texting them out of the blue, but, you know, this is the expectation. I might send you a few videos that might interest you and whatnot. So those are implementations I'm mulling around in my head to make sure that I have in for whatever discovery call I have later. But the only problem now is the leads have been, you know, pretty much next to zero at this point on the ads end. So I've been obviously, you know, taking the tips from the course. I've been looking under every rock, messaging every Facebook like, you know, comment, Instagram and whatnot, just trying to get a conversation started to see if I can, you know, move things further. And I have probably moved one, but it was a complete dud. And then the ad sets piece that you also mentioned, I got to do that today. So I turned them off and I duplicated, and I just, you know, kept them on. And so that just kind of like, you know, I did that today. So yeah, that's kind of like where I'm at. I'm only on one sales call, and everything else is just, I don't know. Yeah.
Tony, it seems like you got some things. Is there anything that you wanted to share before I chime in?
Man, you know, the one thing I like popped into my head that was like the most obvious, easy advice, like that whole like I think instead of like I'm gonna send you some videos, it's kind of sounds like, oh, I'm gonna send you a brochure about this timeshare. You know what I mean? But if it's like, hey, I'm gonna send you like a personal like Loom after I look at your stuff, that's what really started to work for us. So it's like I would just take 2 minutes out of my time after the call and be like, this, and this needs to go. We need to fix this. This is why your system is not working, and let me know if you want to talk about it more, right? So it's kind of just like a follow-up, and there probably is other like material that you should be sending, and we've done like a mediocre job at that. I think I've done like maybe 2 looms max, like 2 videos max that I've sent these people, but that has definitely helped. You know, it's like showing that we take the time to look at their website, look at their socials, analyze what's going on, and offer some sort of solution without giving away all of our cards. So Loom has been like, I think like Loom has been my favorite tool that I've gotten out of this thing, even though it's like the simplest thing. Like GHL is awesome too, but like Loom is just a game changer for sure.
I remember when you sent me that first Loom video. You remember? I sent you a Loom video. You sent one back. You're like, so I guess I'll send you a Loom back too.
Yeah, super awkward. It's like a middle school prom or something.
Here you are. Here you are.
Yeah.
So really quick, actually, thank you for bringing that up, Tony. But like, when it comes to those Loom videos, are you talking about like your niche funnel? Are you talking about the 6-figure, 6-week sales funnel? And then on top of that, are you talking about after the discovery call? Just a little bit more context.
I think the one thing that really worked with, well, a few things that worked with Loom was someone who was like somewhat responsive, but like didn't show to the discovery call. I would add a little bit more value and try to get them on to the discovery call like another day, right? So it's like, hey, sorry we missed you today. It's always like, sorry we missed each other, right? It's not their fault. It's not my fault. We just missed each other. I just took a quick look at your website and this is awesome. I think you're doing some great things here, but I can see like here's some holes. I can also see you're not running ads and you don't have a pixel, or you are running a pixel. Like, why aren't you doing this and this, right? So just kind of giving like a 2-minute analyzation of what was going on. And then I'm certain there's like another scenario where we used it post sales call that didn't go great, but I'm not sure that any of those actually like converted to a sale.
Did you
Go ahead.
what did you do after the discovery call? So the reason I was asked for that context and the reason I'm asking this question is because MJ's bottleneck right now, AdWorks, leads, everything works. And we'll talk about ads, MJ, here in a second, but the bottleneck for him is, and he thinks, I'm using that keyword, I'm using that word for a reason. He thinks that what he has is not good, which is he got like a chiropractor, he got a personal trainer, he got, and you're already cracking up. Exactly. He got some really good opportunities. And he had one person show up to the sales call and, it was kind of gut wrenching because she basically said, hey, based off of where I'm at, you can't run ads with discounts. I had no idea. Nobody ever knew. So there was nothing he could have done. So he lost that one. That was not his fault at all. And then he had like he said, he has 2 that are like rescheduled and one that's like a no-show. So in his mind, he thinks he's got a bad situation in terms of like the sales. So again, the bottleneck is getting people to a sales call, getting them to show up. So my question to you, this is what I was asking for context, is like, do you have something that you guys would do after the discovery call to get people to show up to a sales call? Did you guys have something that worked for you?
I think that the quicker we scheduled it, the better success we had. And if we had to make a day gap or 2-day gap, we would make sure to touch point every day. And the biggest thing was to send a very personalized message the night before. Quishik drills that, but it's like the most important thing. And like, I still like get pissed when Adam doesn't do it. And they don't show up. It literally is like clockwork, right? Like if you don't have, and it's not just like the automated like thing that would end with stop to unsubscribe. It's kind of like really stoked to talk to you. Got some cool stuff to show you and something personal. You know what I mean? Anything that you can remember about them, their dog's name, their wife's name, etc. And then if they don't message you back, chances are they're probably not going to get back to you at all or show up to the call. So that was like when stuff started really raging and we were spending like, $300 a day or $200 a day on getting leads. That's how we would gauge how important the call was going to be and who was actually going to show up. Cause I had like literally like every 30 minutes booked out for like an entire day. It was insane. So when people actually got back to us the night before, that was like another crucial part. I hope that helped.
Yeah, for sure. Because in me just analyzing what I think is, wrong, I also imagine that, yeah, like at the beginning of when the leads started pouring in, I felt that on my end, I probably wasn't able to book in as soon as I could, right? So like say the start of this week is the 21st at the time when I had launched the ads and everything. And I think I probably scheduled out my first sales call either towards the tail end of this week or the beginning of next week, one of the two. I'm not really sure when. So I had like maybe 5 days in this week where it was just my prep time, just like me, just like, okay, I have these few days to just kind of like get myself in the headspace of what I need to do on the sales call and just learn and train and everything. And then coming into the next week, I have all these sales call piled up, like 5 of them. And I will just, use that whole week and just make sure I do everything I learned as of this week. So of course I did have and I do the 2-liners every day before for all the leads that have come in. I remember the one that even had the no call, no show. Like I actually pursued after him kind of aggressively, if I'm being honest, because it's kind of how I am. So I had done the 2-liner. I'm like, okay, this dude hasn't replied. I sent the email, didn't reply. So like I'm just gonna call. So like 3 hours before the call, I just gave a phone call through and he picked up and I was like, yeah, just trying to confirm if I was still on for today and all that. I was like, yeah, absolutely. Please send me the Zoom link, right? And I'm like, yeah, for sure, we'll do that, like about an hour before our call, right? So which I did. And then, I'm in the meeting. 6 p.m. is our time for it. 6:05 goes by, nothing happens. So I call again, right? Because I typically will do that even on my own regular business, like day to day. Like if you're 5 minutes kind of away, I'll probably give you a personal call just to, be sure everything's okay. And I called twice. And I left a message. I'm like, okay, this is not showing. So, and he didn't, I didn't get any response. I didn't get any whatever. Then I'm like, okay, I don't know what I could have done there. They seemed actually pretty warm as well because they felt like they were struggling, and it's like, yeah, I've been wanting to do this, blah 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 blah. So that was like, okay, I'm not sure what I could have done better there, but everyone else since then had been like a reschedule. One person wasn't feeling too good, another person was like, I'm not like a place on the internet. And right now this evening I have one tomorrow, and I've already sent the text for tonight, or when I got back this evening to but I haven't got a response yet, so I'll probably be following up after them to. So yeah. That's kind of, but I like the idea you talked about in regards, like even that Loom video, like the thing that sprung to my head was like, yeah, I think that's a good thing I could implement. It might be harder because I'm at work, so I probably have to get home in the evening. And after like a discovery call, I could do a quick analysis of some things that I saw, on their branding or whatever, and some things that could happen, and just try to push them or get them even more warm or nurtured towards that sales call. I think is kind of like an idea that came to me from what you said. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
So a few things, a lot to unpack there. So the first thing I want to do is I want to actually go back to like 10 minutes ago when you said like this didn't go as like the best week. So let's like analyze that. I made a note in my journal the other day, literally like 2 days ago, and I said, Kaushik, numbers are your friend. Always be objective with your numbers. What was I thinking about? A few things. My investment portfolio, just a few different things. I remember I had like kind of bad feelings about something, and then I looked at the numbers. I think it was about like my diet, my weight loss or something. I'm like, oh, I'm actually on track. And I was just objective, like I was a feeling, but objectively on paper, like I'm actually really good. And so what happens is like, you get numbers, and then create a conclusion. And then from there, you have a feeling. So always do that. And so a lot of times people have a feeling, but they don't base it off of anything. It's just a gut feeling. And that's the worst thing you can do. And so I know you're nodding at, you're like, I get it. And I'm looking at my numbers, and my numbers are causing me to feel the way I am. So just a few things in terms of like, just understanding what is normal versus not normal and what your expectation should or should not be. One, don't look at the numbers as a hard, fast thing. As in like, hey, the docs that I have to have 3 calls, I didn't have 3. This is a failure. That is, it's kind of like this is the rule. And then here is the range. So it's kind of like, if you ever like do a mask in Adobe Premiere or whatever, and you can kind of like feather it, that's the feathering. There's feathering, right? And so it's like do 3, but if you do 5, or if you do 2, or if you do 1, it's okay, right? So it's like it's a number, but like it's okay to be a little bit out of the range. So give yourself permission for that and understand it's okay. The second thing to understand is that the numbers move really fast. So what did Tony say earlier? He said, hey, man, I had this, I had that. And then all of a sudden we had 3 sales calls in one day. And then we had 3 onboards in one day. It just happened real fast. He's got 5 clients, and 3 of them happened in one day. So out of the entire month and a half that he's been running ads, 3 happened in one day. So things happen really fast. So you never know. Like after our conversation today, 3 leads can come in literally overnight, and then you close one of them in like 3 days. Things happen so fast in this game. So the first thing is, again, just it's not a hard, fast rule. It's just a guideline. 2, things happen really fast. And then 3rd, we don't have nearly enough data. Not even close. Tony said he had 90 leads. Out of those, 50 of them he could have a conversation with, and boom. So it's like you're in a place where like not even close. We have like 4 sales calls. 1, there's no way you could have won that. And then these 3 other people, 2 are rescheduled, and 1's a no-show. I'm hearing a 1 out of 4 no-show so far. And these 2, we don't know what's going on. Yeah. So it's like the data is not clear enough to warrant me or you jumping to any kind of conclusion. Not nearly enough data. Yeah. So I just wanted to just kind of say that to you. So again, you're not like, I know, you seem like, one of the things I said on the onboarding is you must be kind to yourself. You must love yourself throughout this whole process. You must. It's tough. It's difficult. And so if you just skew this in a negative light, you're causing yourself to lose the battle from the get-go.
Yeah.
So you must stay positive. And everything I'm saying to you is objective. It is not some subjective thing. It is objective. The second thing is in terms of like the messaging, don't stress about like liking, comment, all that stuff yet. I think what's much better is like this is like you're fighting to the brim, and like you have the right psychology, but like for you, somebody like you that's so stressed out because of such little time and all the things you're juggling in your life, this is gonna it's it's very minimal gain from a lot of input. What we want to do is we want to have a little input and maximum gain. So I want to figure out what can I flick here, and then it goes to the moon. I don't want to think about what I push and it barely moves. This is that. This is pushing so much and it barely moves versus a small little flick makes a massive impact. That's what you want to do. You want to get massive leverage. And what does that mean? Is that means getting your ads to work. If you get your ads to work and leads are coming in relatively cheap, you're good. That's going to be much better for your mindset than to do this. This is not something you need to worry about right now, in my opinion. It's not it's going to stress you out. Another thing is so that, and then in terms of even like what Tony said, I think Tony's advice is fantastic. It is fantastic. Everything he said is 100% true. If somebody doesn't show up to a discovery call, whatever, you can send that video and try to get them to bite and then come in. Yes, for sure. Everything he says is 100% true. But that's maybe for when you niche down and you know, like a lot is on the line. Right now, this is supposed to be fun. It's a warm-up football game. And I know it doesn't feel like it, but even Tony, you'll ask him, he'll tell you it's just a warm-up game. You're seeing a smile. It's just a fun game. It seems very serious right now, but it's a fun game. And so it goes back to this advice I gave you, which is that even though what Tony suggested is true, if I'm you with the time that you have, not a lot of free time, it's not maybe like something that you should stress out about. So as Tony is saying that to you, the reason I bring this up, and thank you, Tony, for bringing it up, it's very valuable, but like I could see that adding more stress to MJ with his life and just what he's got going on. And so I would say, MJ, like keep that in your back pocket and you will use that tool one day, but right now, don't let that stress you out, just like this will stress you out. Let's leverage your time the best we can and your sanity as best as we can. So, in terms of what you can do in terms of messaging that does make sense is dangle a carrot after the discovery call. So you have a discovery call, and instead of saying like Tony said, don't say, hey, I'm going to send you something over, because it does sound like you're going to send a brochure over. You have to sell it. So if somebody says to you something like, hey, so this very specific problem, like I am on the verge of bankruptcy because of reason X. Let's just say theoretically. So as you end up in the call, say, okay, got it. Have a conversation. Look forward to have a conversation. Also, by the way, I'm a little busy right now. I'm on my way to the office or leaving the office. But as soon as I get home, I promise you, I'm going to send you a document on X about bankruptcy. And I think that'll just make you so much better. See what that is? That's a carrot that is very important to them.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. So you want to specify it so that it's very important to them. So if somebody tells you, hey, it's a free video commercial, and then let's just say they're gung-ho about the content. They're like, I love the content. I love everything. Got it. So here's what I'm going to do when I get home. I'm going to send you 2 different variations. So you let me know which one of those 2 you like best. And we'll take it from there. So you basically figure out what is the thing that they're magnetized towards. What is the thing that has the most amount of attention? And you lean into that thing. Now, the other thing is like this works, but there's an 80-20. The 80%, this is the 20% of like keeping it, getting their energy, getting them to show up on the sales call. But 80% of the effort is the actual discovery call. And so for me, I'd like to see from you, I'd like to see a discovery call at this point. I'd like you to send one over. And again, I'm not worried. Like, honestly, I'm not worried at all. I think that's a non-issue. But what I'd like to do is potentially skim through a discovery call of yours that you're surprised didn't show up to a sales call. So you said earlier today, you said, hey, there's a guy, I thought he showed up to a sales call. He didn't show up. It was such a good call. He said he was looking for this, that. If I can have a look at that, and if you feel like that's a good one for me to look at, then I can tell you if your expectations are in alignment or not. I had another member, he said, Kaushik, I'm crushing the discovery calls, but nobody's showing up. And I said, okay, sure. He sent me a discovery call. I love him to death, but it was trash. It was so bad. And so I don't think that's the case with you, just based off
Probably is.
I'm sure it's not. But I'd like to just skim it just to be sure. just to be sure
Yeah.
that you are building, you are getting his mouth to salivate and all those things. And sometimes you're doing that, and sometimes people are just, they're talkers, man, and they don't actually take action. We've all met those kinds of people. They talk a lot, they don't do anything. And so maybe he said he wanted to do this, he wanted to do that, but then when it comes to actually taking action, he doesn't do that. Right? After, as soon as your conversation ended, in his mind, he told himself that he's moving close to his goal by having a conversation with you, but really he's not taking any action. There's a lot of people that are crazy like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other thing is, I'd like you to separate. So here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to separate your data into weekly columns for me. So as you can see this, so let's look at your ads and then break them down into 7-day columns just so I can be sure of what's going on. And I'd like you to also make notes down here. So, hey, I duplicated the ad set or I killed the ad set. And the reason I'm suggesting that is, my question to you is, when did you duplicate the ad set? Because right now you said the other day, you said I spent $400 and no leads, which to me is like insane. That's unheard of. That's not good. And so when did you duplicate the ad set and kill off the original ad set?
This morning.
Okay.
This morning.
Up until then, were you just, there was no ads running?
They've been running. They've been up until then, the ads have just been running. So I had my, well, to be honest, like I haven't done good in updating my sheet and my stuff. I think I only probably did it the one time when I watched a video on it. But so to my memory right now, because I haven't gone back to look at my numbers, but to my memory, like the first week of running it, so the first week and a half for the most part, was when most of the influx came in, like maybe like the first like 10, 11 or 15 leads or so. And then 7 out of those was what, ended up in the sales call. But then the week after, like, for example, last week and sort of like the week before, like I haven't had any leads. Like I've had people, opt in and, I follow up with them and everything. But like, again, like I said, some of them would be, spam, numbers don't go anywhere, all of that kind of stuff. And then maybe 1 or 2 persons quickly just stop. Like you would get the message and then they'll be like, yeah, I don't want to communicate with you at all. And they just say stop altogether. So I haven't had any other leads since like maybe a week and a half since then. Yeah.
So wait, so a lead is defined as somebody that puts their name, email, phone number in.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's how I'm defining lead. Are you defining a lead as in like a qualified person that's vetted, that's got interest? Is that what you're defining a lead as?
I am defining it as what you're defining it as. Like, so someone that has, like, in the opt-in, right? I'm thinking about the opt-in page, put their email address and phone number. So yeah, that particular criteria, those have been spam. Some people that would put in, once that automation goes out as a text message, they just stop. They don't want you to follow up with them and whatnot. So I guess I've gotten maybe 2 leads, but the others have been not real, I guess, just like spammy things.
So those count. Those still count.
Yes.
And so those still count. So it's important that you use the correct definition, or else I will get confused. Other people will get confused.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So moving forward, so because when you say, if you say you spent $400 and you got no leads, that is a red alert. Something is broken, for sure. But the reason when you said that, I was a little bit confused, is because I know that ads should be fine. And the reason I know that is because Kyle is running ads in the same location as you. He's doing the exact same thing as you, and his cost per lead is $5. And so if your numbers are $400 and you haven't gotten a single lead, now something is broken. It doesn't make any sense. So my question to you is this: using the definition of name, email, phone number, I don't care if they say spam, no spam.
Right. Yeah.
Have you been getting leads of those kind?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on that, yes. Based on that definition, yeah.
Okay, then that's fine. And again, so what happens is sometimes you have a rate where it's like really good and then it gets dry and then it gets good and then it gets dry, and that's normal. But what you can do is when you do, it's a little bit complex, but like so here's kind of what I've noticed is, like, if you have a pond and this is your ad set, and so you'll have like really good fish, really good fish, really good fish, really good fish. And then eventually, like, all these fish are gone. Okay. And then you have like these eel, and you would just say like the eels are like really bad lead spam or whatever. And so what's going to happen is once these are gone, then Facebook is going to go out there and it's going to get these leads.
Yeah.
And so what I like to do is I like to tell people what you want to do is you want to duplicate the ad set because, and I think you kind of get what I'm getting at is like, then the ideal in this pond, there's going to be more fish, good fish.
Yeah.
So that's the idea. That's what I'm trying to get you to do.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see that. And hopefully, so maybe what's happened is like, I'll be honest, MJ, you got better leads. So you think your situation is abnormal. It is abnormal. It is abnormal in a good way. It is abnormal in a good way. I don't see people get a personal trainer, a chiropractor, and all those things. I see them get one of those in the entire journey. That is what is normal. What is normal is getting one really good lead out of 2-3 weeks of running. And so the fact that you got 3 or 4, and like right away says to me, like, maybe you just got really lucky with that. And maybe, yeah. So my suggestion is this, is duplicate the ad set and then give me, like, break it down on a weekly basis. Like break it down weekly. And what I like you to do is, I guess you don't need to do this. I was concerned about this, but like, I suggest like updating it daily. That's what I would suggest doing, is like updating it daily in terms of the column. So I know that you're okay, that I know that everything's okay, which I think they are okay. Just based off of our language right now, now that we're defining lead the appropriate way, I think you're actually completely fine. I think that, like I said, you're just maybe getting some eels, kill the asset, create another one. I think you're going to be completely fine. You get better leads. I think that's what's going to happen. So I don't think there's an issue here. So objectively, we've talked about that, day in the carrot, duplicate. We've talked about why to do that. And I think what will occur moving forward, I think starting tomorrow, you're going to start getting better leads. That's what I think. You're going to start getting less of those spams. Talked about separating the weekly columns. And again, I hope this doesn't feel like too much homework. I'm just suggesting this just to make sure that you're good, you're safe. And so you can update me. You say, hey, look, Kaushik, like I got a good lead today, or I didn't get a good lead. Like the more data you give me, the more I can be on the same page as you and know.
Yeah.
What else? Yeah. So again, it's not the best use of your time and energy right now. You have the right mindset, but it's the best use of your time. And then last, we went over this. So I can you can let me know inside of Slack which one, and I'll go have a look. I'll go to your Excel and I'll go check that one out.
Yeah, I think the only problem was that, like, I haven't been able to use Loom, right? So that's why I haven't, because literally I'd have them in the office. So my hackathon but I think this one was 15 minutes or so. Like, I mean, I'm pretty short with them, but yeah, like they're not, you can't, fast forward unless I find a way to be able to convert it into something that allows you to, like, double speed or whatever. But yeah, these aren't Loom videos, unfortunately, because I have them on the Go High Level app on my phone, and I just happen to have my work phone with me. So that's literally how I get to record it. I'm kind of like just hacking it through, just being honest. So I recorded on here and I uploaded to my Google Drive just for myself as well, to be able to have and revisit and just learn from too, because the first few kind of sucked and I was trying to get through my strides. I think this one was marginally on the better one. So yeah, and I can send it, but I apologize that it's not the Loom thing.
It's okay. I will scrub through it, and I'll just kind of give my thoughts. And again, I'm not worried about you. I think it's completely fine. I think everything is a-okay. Out of everything I've heard, the one thing that we did change that will help you is duplicating the ad set. Other than that, I think everything is like fine. I'm not seeing any red flags. I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. So for what that's worth, I don't know if that makes you feel any better, but for all that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I started by saying it feels like it's about, but I don't know in comparison to what, right? So, I'm in the calls, or I'm, on the sessions, and it seems like to me maybe 2 or 3 people that maybe are starting with me where I am, and they're probably like, past this point, at this moment. So I don't know what relation that I should be comparing to in that sense. I just, like, it feels like I'm not on track, but again, I don't know what to. So, but as long as you can tell me that so far
When
so good in what I'm describing. I think that makes me feel a little bit better, even though the money is hard, but like, we'll kind of we'll make it work.
and I think when you first shared with us the leads, again, if Mason was here, he'd tell you, but like, the leads, and you saw kind of Tony's reaction when I was like, what are the leads? And then maybe like we just get Tony's reaction. Well, you got a chiropractor, you got a personal trainer, and
Right.
then
A chiropractor, personal trainer, a restaurant, a painter, two painters actually. I actually got in with an acquaintance, someone that I know opted in. They are in the sound, like audiovisual side of things. They kind of like, help out with events. So they do the sound and the lighting and everything in like a location. And I also had a real estate person as well. That's the person I was supposed to be speaking with tomorrow. And so yeah, so two painters, and that's every all 7 leads so far that
so out of those 7, those were like were those
oh yeah, and one that was running like a store where they were selling like I think wedding like gowns and stuff, so like a boutique place.
okay.
Yeah, sorry,
So
go ahead.
that, how many leads is that? Is that 7, 8? How many?
Seven, yeah, like 7
7.
in total that I got on this towards the sales call. Yeah.
Okay, so those are 7. How many leads have you gotten total?
Oh, total. Let me check. I think there would be about 15 or so.
Okay, so here's what I want you to know. And so again, I'm just trying to give you some context. And the
Yeah.
reason I just want you to feel good about what's going on. I need you to feel good for you to keep pushing through. And that's my ultimate goal, as you know. So here's the reality. And again, I'll let Tony kind of share, but 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10 leads is okay, in my experience. So you have generated the equivalent of 70 leads. That's the reality. And so when I said to you that this is not normal, and when Mason was like, hey, that is insane, it really is insane.
Okay.
And so, again, that's my experience. But again, I'll let Tony talk in terms of like the number of leads Tony got versus like the ones that he felt were qualified. This way, you can kind of compare and see if your numbers are normal versus not normal.
For the FVC funnel, right? Yeah, I mean, first I wanted to say that there was a stage where we were surprised that every single person that we sold on the DC didn't show up to the sales call. Absolutely. And then you get to the next fun phase, which is you're surprised that the people on the sales calls didn't close because they were a sure thing. There's a sure thing at every single stop in this. It looks like you have 50%, which is insane. I think we maybe got to like let's say 20% on DCs, and then out of that we maybe got like 30% of those people to be a sales call. So the fact that you have 50% there is insane. He's not pulling your chain. That's a really good number. We probably had, I think, about 120 leads, which was really high. I think like North Carolina, where we live, was like absurdly high for what we were running. And we still struggled like in the exact same way. And I was at the verge of like losing it because I'm just like, these people are stupid. They're not closing. I'm giving them all this data correctly. I think you're just, I think part of the flaw in this is that we might get the right client too early, right? So if you got the dentist that was like perfect and then you weren't ready for them, that sucks, but it's part of the thing, right? So, and same thing with the chiropractor, that's like a simple setup. Ours was a gym that we finally closed, and they were on their like last leg. They were like on the verge of bankruptcy. They're like, if we don't make 50 grand by September, we're going under. And it's like, okay, cool, no pressure, right? That was like our sell. And we had just this intense sense of urgency that we could fulfill, or at least, try to fulfill. But yeah, I mean, the reps is crucial. You know what I mean? We got lucky with over, 100 reps, let's say. But even with the numbers that you have, it sounds like you're very close, man. And I think that you just got to keep on plugging away, and um, you're gonna find that right person, like you said, maybe tomorrow morning. I just had 2 leads come across our big pep funnel, and I'm gonna talk to them tomorrow morning too, and have the same hopes.
Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I honestly, I appreciate it. I appreciate the context and the framing as well, because I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know any better. I don't know any better. So I'm just here. I wonder what Kyle's number was as he's running in Saskatchewan too. I'm probably also interested in his thoughts so far too as well.
You all are in Vancouver, British Columbia?
Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Kyle, are you there by any chance? So, do you listen to stuff at double speed or no?
Yeah, depends on how fast the person's talking.
Koshik, I can't listen to at double speed. I got a 1.7 XM.
Yeah, Prague.
Mason, I can do.
Koshik is tough to listen at double speed. I try.
Sorry that took so long to get back. Had a pretty crazy weekend here. But so to answer your question here, so you said you are click payment to the woodworking guy. It's not the woodworking guy. This is actually the car tuning guy. So he's already ran ads in the past, and he's had some success with that. And so basically, he's really interested in the commercial. And I went over kind of what he'd been doing with that, and I made some suggestions. So he's like, hey, it sounds like you know what you're doing. I'd like you to take over, running the ads and doing the commercial. So and because it's kind of working, I don't think I need to make a funnel for him. So what I suggested was, we come up with a creative, some photos and some video, and we tweak the ad a little bit. And he's super happy with that. So he agreed to $4,500, which he can pay me in 4 installments, so $1,500 first, and then $1,000 each month once we start the ads, which we decided we're going to start in June. He's got to give the other company 30 days notice. So we can start doing concepting for the video and all that. And we might even start filming at the end of May. So that's the plan for that. The other thing with the working guy, he is willing to work with me, and I'm sure he's come up with the money by now. I have to kind of check in on that. But again, what's confusing to me is I don't really know who I should be working with, right? Like, I don't know if this cartoon guy, does that necessarily count as a closed deal for me? I know it's a little bit different because, we're not necessarily making a funnel and everything. So do you guys still want me to close a deal that's selling the funnel and like the go high level, all that stuff? Because if so, I have a whole bunch of leads that I can still contact and maybe get on these sales calls so that I can try to close like a more formal deal closer to what it is that you guys are presenting with the funnel and everything like that. So I guess for me, that's the confusing part. But I still need to find someone to close. And if so, it's like some of these businesses, like for example, one lady's she's a counselor and she'd like to hop on a sales call too. However, like I don't know, is that a niche that you guys are familiar with? Should I try that niche? Another one I was kind of confused about was a farmer, and he has different ways of making money selling wool and all this stuff. Like, is there potential there for what that sort of works? So I guess that's some of those things are kind of hard for me to determine. Okay, is this should I be like very convincing selling these guys on the funnel system? And is that like a niche that you guys are able to help them? Anyway, sorry, I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but maybe that would help you kind of get in my mindset a little bit. Okay, thanks, Koshi.
And so I got 4 from there. So I listened to 4. So he brought up 4 different business owners across 4 different niches. And so as you can see, his numbers are very similar to yours. And you guys pretty much launch ads around the same time.
Yeah.
So hopefully that kind of gives you some context in terms of like.
Yeah, it's a very barren land here for sure. It's a very like people aren't doing this stuff here. So yeah, when they see it, they aren't fatigued about it because they haven't like seen it before. So they are really like trusting and jumping on it. I remember I spoke with someone, an event decorator, kind of like was just on to waste my time. She's like, oh, it's an ad. Let me someone is doing something cool here. Yeah, let me put my name in. And she's just like, yeah, I was clicking around stuff I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like, bruh. You're costing me money. Stuff you shouldn't have. But yeah, so anywho.
But yeah, man, I just everything is fine. Everything is fine. I know it might not feel like it. I know sometimes it feels like I know it doesn't feel like it sometimes, but everything you're going through, it is normal. It is normal to feel unnormal. How about that? It is normal to feel unnormal. It is supposed to feel like uncharted territory. And that being said, I think your main thing was just like I just wanted you to know that it's normal, that it's okay, and not to stress out. I know that it's stressful, spending money. It kind of feels like you're kind of like lighting money on fire. I know the feeling.
Yeah.
That's what it is, spending money on ads. But then it just takes one. You take one and then you recoup everything and everything is good. It's just psychology to get into.
Yeah,
Um,
and I think the thing that I had also like I would be at a more comfortable place if I can finally get like the 0% APR that you had sent me with the American Express. I think those cards have some requirements that I can't meet. At least not currently, so I can't meet them. And there isn't a lot of other cards like that in Canada. But I did stumble on some promotion using I don't know this app called Credit Karma. I don't know if that's a universal app everywhere, but I found a card that was just running a promotion for the next 12 months on, like a transfer balance or whatever. Because I really just want to just transfer that over to that and then at least keep one credit card alive to run the ads while I, hopefully close something. Then I could pay off that one over the course of the year. But I've literally just been waiting. They said they shipped the car. I've just been waiting for it to come, and I'm like, it's been like what, almost a week at least. Well, I have to check that. It's almost a week. Maybe it's 5 days. I don't even know how long how long it was. But yeah, I just need that to come in so that I could like at least feel a little bit more like okay, like I have a safety net of something I can do in the meantime. But yeah, well I'm okay. At least I feel better that I'm fine. So I will look to updating those sheets. We watched the video on the sheets and the ads, so I can make sure I do that by tomorrow. And also I'll send the discovery call over as well. So I will do that. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought up the finance because I know that that's part of like for you. I know that one part of it is the finances, just because of being a tough situation, trying to juggle everything, but then also the time. And so I've spent the last this part of the comment last 30 minutes talking about time and just how because I know you're still strapped for time. But if we just talk about the finances, again, I'm so glad Tony's here because his situation, he'll tell you. I mean, he was like really backed up against the wall, and then now his situation is just night and day, in terms of like what they're able to accomplish and do. But for a while, it was very difficult. And I remember they were considering taking on like a dentist client. I said, don't take it on. I don't care how much money it is. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. And you know, it's so important. I told Tony this, and I tell everybody this is like you have to really be like in a mode of like being a student and learning and be able to soak it all in and try to reduce the amount of stress. So the fact that you got that card, my advice to you, again, I'm glad you brought this up, is like spend a little bit of time looking into that. Spend a little bit of time looking into resources. And money is money. You're gonna have to pay it off sooner or later, but try to put it in the back of your mind so it's as little stressful as possible. Like try to get to a place where it's just $100, $200 a month, and then you have 12 months, 15 months, and you're not stressing about it. There's no interest, there's no nothing. So if I'm you, MJ, I'm glad you got that car. You can do the transfer. I don't know how much available credit it gives you. I don't know if you feel comfortable sharing that.
I think it said 10K or something like that. I think that's what because I was trying to move over this like in Canadian dollars like the 6,000 that it converted the 5K over. I think it was almost 7 from my currency. So I was trying to just move that all over. And I think I saw somewhere that they approved it. I didn't know what the limit was, but I think in passing, I probably saw in the fine print that I think it got into 10K or something. So if that's the case, yeah, great. But yeah.
Reach out to them and see. And again, I'm not saying that you're going to have to max it out and spend 15, 20K by any means. What I'm just saying is give yourself cushion so that you can relax and just be a student. So my suggestion is you reach out to Credit Karma and see if they can increase it for you, first of all. And then if another thing I would do is just if they can't, then I would just get something else as well and just know you're okay when it comes to money. You're not stressing out about it. Try not to stress out about it. I know it's hard. It's easier said than done, but just try to put yourself in a situation where you can focus on just learning. And again, like I said here, where things just happen fast, where you close 3 deals in a day, this stuff happens all the time. And so something like that might occur, and then everything is gone in terms of the, getting everything taken care of. But just try to put yourself in a position where you're not stressing about it. So I sound like a broken record. I think hopefully you get my point. I don't want you to stress about it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll look into that a bit more. I'll try and follow up with the company that that was supposed to ship it out just to see if they actually like shipped it or if I've missed it or something. And yeah, that would probably help out a little bit. I know the only other thing that I like, because I think I mentioned that I was also like running through my permanent residency too as well. And I think I probably missed like they had April 30th, which is tomorrow, for the last date on the prices that is supposed to be where it's at right now. And it's already like 1,000 plus something. And they're going to increase it. I don't know what they're increasing it to, but I'm not going to be able to make the deadline tomorrow, that's for sure, because I still have like a police clearance I have to go do next week that I had to book some time for. So yeah, I'm just like, okay. So I have to make sure that if that card comes, because initially I was just thinking that that was probably where the money that whatever I get from my paycheck would, sort of like go to the car, but I most likely have to make it go for my permanent residency first. So anyways, I'm just like trying to just balance out how I'm taking care of the finances too, because yeah, it's definitely like a tough spot, but I think like I could make it through with some of these like adjustments and things like that. So yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for updating me on that. What else can we do for you, MJ, that you feel like anything else that you want to talk about that you feel like I should know? Do you want to get advice on?
Yeah, I think, ultimately that's it. Most of the leads, I think we've spoken about them. If that was an opt-in, I don't know. So I'll check on that later. Anyway, so yeah, most of the leads, we spoke about the funnels for them. I think you had pointed me to the one for the real estate agent. Hopefully if it happens tomorrow, think I know where to go. It wasn't the last coaching call. I think I'll have to go rewatch that and revisit that. And then, oh yeah, I haven't done the personal trainer one with Mason. I'll shoot him a message again just to finalize what he usually does, so I know what I can be pitching. I guess the only one I may not be sure of, it would be the painter. I did see some YouTube videos on the painter strategy, so I haven't watched them all out yet, but I know there's some materials I could watch with that. And then the audio visual friend of mine that is doing their stuff there in regards like events and all that. Might be uncharted territories, but I think there might be some things I could look into and research as to just thinking about what I could do for them in terms of like pitching them when we get to the sales call aspect of things. But yeah, other than that, it's just literally me going through the leads and putting together my presentation for the ones that I have coming up and just practicing again and again and making sure I just do a good job at being able to close one of them. And yeah, I think that's all I have for my homework right now. Yeah.
I think with the painter, it's a lead form, by the way. I've seen some painters do lead form ads. Very similar to what you texted me a message over the other day in terms of your drawing, very similar. So, cool.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I think that's everything for me.
Breathe. It's okay.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Tony, anything else, man?
That's good, man. We'll save the crypto chat for next week. It's a late night.
I think so too.
Cool.
Sounds good. Well, if that's everything, guys, message us in Slack if you need anything else aside from that. We'll see you hooligans here next week.
All right.
Sounds good.